Chapter 134. Danzo? Nangongja looked at Danzo, who was standing on the ground, and for a moment his face became ugly, because in Nangongja's view, even if he is not the strongest person in Woodleaf, he is still a powerful Woodleaf ninja. However, Danzo simply watched Nangongja destroy the Root Guard's formation with an indifferent look on his face. He didn't even try to stop Nangongja. If you have to describe Nangongja's mood at this moment, it's like a lion performing on a stage. Baring his fangs, he wantonly showed his strength. But a beast tamer just stood beside the lion with an indifferent face, quietly watching the lion pretending to be strong, gently stroking the slightly rough leather whip in his hand, waiting for the lion to feel the proudest and give it a fierce whip, making the lion completely submit. Just like that, he became a well-behaved cat that can only submit to his own strength. Nangongja's sword energy dragon was staring at Danzo and the group of root ninjas behind Danzo. Originally, under the deterrence of dragon's might, the legs of many root ninjas were slightly trembling due to fear. If one could see through the white masks painted with various patterns on their faces. If you look at the white mask on their faces, you can even see that most of their faces are slightly pale, and because of the pressure, their faces are unnaturally flushed. But Danzo just quietly looked at Nangongja's sword energy dragon without a trace of fear. He just had an indifferent expression, as if no matter how strong Nangongja is, no matter how powerful the sword energy dragon is, it can't affect Danzo's heart at all. Hero? Dragon? Danzo didn't care about any of this. It seems that as long as Danzo wants, the dragon can turn into an ordinary snake in an instant, and the so-called hero can turn into a corpse lying at Danzo's feet. Nangongja? Sword energy dragon? Not bad. Danzo nodded, as if he was praising a junior. His tone was somewhat gratified and emotional. Actually, from the first step you took in Woodleaf, I saw the battle between you and Kakashi, a person from a poor background, relying on an ancient training method that has been eliminated by the times, can actually compete with Woodleaf's genius Hatake Kakashi. This is really rare, so when Sandame-sama proposed to directly upgrade you to a Chunin, I voted in favor of it. After that, the mission files and records of your battles with the enemy village were placed on my desk almost every time. At that time, I made up my mind to recruit a person like you to Roots. Nangongja didn't expect that Danzo would notice a small shrimp like him before he made a name for himself. Nangongja was really surprised, but Nangongja still shook his head and said, "That is also to thank you for your trust in me. I also understand that if I reject you this time, then our positions will instantly be on opposite sides. But I still don't want to join Roots and become a ruthless person who harvests lives. So, perhaps because of Sher's personality, I and Root Sher are destined to be on opposite sides." But when he heard Nangongja's words, Danzo couldn't help but laugh. Ruthless. Is this your impression of Roots? Isn't it? As long as it can complete the mission, all actions are allowed. They can obviously use other methods to achieve their goals, but they still insist on killing people for fun. If this kind of organization isn't ruthless, then I really don't know how ruthless they are. Hearing Nangongja's words, Danzo's smile only increased, and he laughed even more heartily. Wantonly killing people? What kind of people do we deal with? I believe, Nangongja, you should know. They are nothing more than corrupt officials, or rich merchants who prey on the common people, or even ninjas who betray the village or spies who want to spy on the Woodleaf. We killed the family of an official, and you said that we killed the innocent. But the money that the official embezzled, did his family not spend at all? We killed the servants and family of the rich merchants, and the family naturally enjoyed the ointment that the rich merchants took from the common people's bones. Aren't those servants also accomplices of the rich merchants who prey on the common people? There are also the ninjas who betray the village and the spies from other ninja villages. You don't need me to tell you, the main thing is that the people who dare to hide them are also spies planted by the D people. Now, do you still think that the ninjas of Roots are a group of emotionless machines? Every Root ninja is not emotionless, but they are a group of people who display their love to the extreme and their feelings to the extreme. I believe that every ninja of Roots can proudly say that they are a hero who abandoned their personal honor and disgrace and dedicated everything to the Woodleaf. I did use a lot of harsh means to deal with them, but none of them are fools. If Roots is really a place that survives by relying on the rule of terror, why do more and more people join Roots every year and become a member of Roots? And why are they willing to risk their lives for Roots? When you came to my door and blindly emphasized your nobility and greatness, did you think about what I said? Danzo said calmly, although his tone was still indifferent. But there was a kind of high-spirited will contained in it. Every ninja who stood behind Danzo, who originally had some fear in their hearts, extinguished the fear in their hearts at this moment. Instead, they straightened their backs and proudly held their heads high. For a moment, their momentum was incomparably high. There was indeed a reason why Root was able to grow into such a behemoth, and even be able to compete with the Dark Group and even suppress them. Whether it is Danzo or the Roots ninjas, they are full of confidence in themselves. They firmly believe that everything they do is beneficial to Konoha, and they are all things that are worthy of their hearts. Oh! Nangongja was slightly shocked after hearing Danzo's words. But Nangongja quickly recovered his consciousness and said, I have to say, Danzo-sama's grasp of human nature and the skill of using words is extremely profound. At least, even people like me feel that what you are doing is right. But, so what if it's right and so what if it's wrong? You have neglected an important thing, and that is, I don't care whether the wood leaf becomes stronger or more rotten. Wood leaf has never been my home. I just regard it as a place for me to stay. You kidnapped Mashiro and little Linger, and that is enough for me to stand on the opposite side of you. Chapter 135. Nangongja's words caught Danzo off guard. Using Konoha as a temporary place to stay? Danzo never thought that Nangongja's concept of wood leaf would be so simple and crude. In Danzo's view, wood leaf is simply the best place to settle down in the war-torn world. And everyone who joins Wood Leaf will unknowingly fall in love with Wood Leaf and regard themselves as a member of Wood Leaf. Danzo never thought that there would be a person who would regard Wood Leaf as an insignificant place to stay. Sure enough, I said that with Yuan Fei's ability to see through people, how could he not notice your extraordinariness? Instead, he just let you be and only let you perform tasks when you are needed. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Danzo was so angry that he laughed and pointed at Nangongja with one hand, as if he was laughing at himself for doing all these things to Nangongja. Everything in my plan is based on the fact that you will use Konoha as a place for yourself to stay. But you gave me a different answer to all my plans. Who would have thought of it? The infamous Yama of Wood Leaf didn't put Wood Leaf in his heart at all. Interesting. I only caught that woman named Mashiro. I didn't care about that Nangong Ling. He just did something secretly and urgently transferred her out of Konoha's territory. You can take this woman called Mashiro back. Although the plan failed, you won't join my faction, nor will you join the Hokage clan's faction. This result is enough. With that, Danzo waved his hand, indicating his men to bring out the captured Mashiro. Danzo-sama, A Root ninja standing next to Danzo seemed to want to say something, but Danzo stared at him. The Root ninja could only stare at Nangongja fiercely to express his dissatisfaction. However, he still turned around and led his subordinates to bring Mashiro out of the base that had already been exposed. After a while, Mashiro was escorted by several Root ninjas to Danzo's side. There were some tears on Mashiro's clothes, and her skin was torn open. After seeing Nangongja, Mashiro anxiously said to Nangongja, Miyagi, go quickly. These people want to use me to threaten you, don't care about me, go find Rower May and Little Linger. Take them and leave quickly. Don't come back. Danzo glanced at Mashiro and seemed to admire Mashiro's character. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. You are useless to me, I will release you now. Although Root is not afraid of provoking Nangongja, it is indeed not a good choice to be enemies with Nangongja. Danzo waved his hand, and the Root ninjas who were holding Mashiro let go of Mashiro. They let Mashiro walk to Nangongja to prove that Root is not hostile to Nangongja. Mashiro was already injured, so the actions of the Root ninjas weren't that gentle either. So when Mashiro was released, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. But Mashiro didn't care that his clothes were stained with mud, and his face was dirty with mud. Just like that, he stumbled toward Nangongja. When Nangongja was sure that there was no movement from Root, he urged the sword energy dragon to circle up and wrap Mashiro in it. This was to prevent the Root ninjas from coming up with any tricks. Mashiro? Nangongja's figure came out of the sword energy dragon's reverse scale and came to Mashiro's side. He called Mashiro's name and gently hugged Mashiro, who was covered in wounds. She gently patted Mashiro's head with one hand and said softly, "Don't worry, I will never let Root threaten you again. Since I promised you back then, I will protect you well and treat you as my real family. I will do my best to protect you and not let you suffer the slightest grievance." After saying that, Nangongja even intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Danzo, who was standing in front of the Root ninjas. "Nangongja, remember our agreement. From today onwards, you will not stand on my side or Yuan Fei's side." Danzo didn't pay attention to Nangongja's eyes, but he emphasized the deal between them. "Of course, although I don't like your way of doing things, but I have always been a man of my word. Since I promised you, I will not go back on my word," Nangongja said, but Danzo frowned with some dissatisfaction. "I never believe a person's promise. Since there is an agreement, I naturally have to leave something as proof." Nangongja naturally heard about Danzo's suspicion, so Nangongja was not surprised that Danzo would make such a proposal. "Proof? You want—" Before Nangongja could finish his words, Nangongja's abdomen was pierced by a kunai. Even Li Yang's black armor couldn't stop this kunai. Chakra formed a thin layer of sharp edge on the edge of the kunai. This kunai was made of rare chakra metal. It was extremely sharp. "The proof I want is very simple. Since you can't join either Root or Hokage's faction, isn't the best proof to hand over your life? Only in this way, you won't have the slightest chance to go back on your word," Danzo said. Nangongja was familiar with Root. They were ruthless and never believed anyone except for their own people and the dead. It's just that Nangongja couldn't accept that the one who showed him a kunai was the girl in his arms. Mashiro. Mashiro, who was buried in Nangongja's arms, raised her head. Her face was full of tears. She should be extremely angry with Mashiro. However, Nangongja maintained his usual gentle smile as he looked at the tearful young lady. "Why are you crying?" "It's me who was stabbed." Hearing Nangongja's words, Mashiro cried even harder. "Are you a fool? I'm a member of Root." There was no such thing as Mashiro from the beginning. There was only a Root ninja named Sky. From the very beginning, I was sent to spy on you. If the situation went wrong, I would be the one who killed you. Why? Why are you still smiling at me? Why do you still believe in me? You already knew. Nangongja's hand was still on Mashiro's head, gently stroking it. "I do know that you are related to Root, but you are wrong about one thing. The girl named Mashiro was never an illusory existence. From the beginning, you knew almost nothing about life. Sometimes you were a fool, but now you are the one who took care of my daily life. It's you who changed unknowingly, making me treat you as a real family member." I said, "I won't let you be threatened by Root again." What does this have to do with whether you are a member of Root or not? Chapter 136. Are you an idiot? I've already betrayed you like this. Mashiro looked at Nangongja and couldn't help but ask. In Mashiro's eyes, Nangongja had never done anything impulsive in front of her. However, Mashiro knew very well that Nangongja would show his cruel and cold-blooded side when he was really angry. Mashiro learned this from observing Nangongja's daily state and some information from Root. Otherwise, how did Nangongja get his title of King of Hell? However, if Nangongja really did it, it would be fine. That's fine, it won't make Masabai feel any more guilty. You're talking about this thing? Nangongja grabbed Mashiro's kunai and slowly pulled it out of his abdomen. Although Mashiro was holding the kunai in her hand, Mashiro didn't have any strength left. She could only watch as Nangongja slowly pulled the kunai out. Blood splattered everywhere as the kunai was pulled out. You don't have any more now, right? Nangongja looked at Mashiro and revealed an extremely gentle smile. It was as if the person who was bleeding was someone who had nothing to do with him. You? Mashiro looked at Nangongja and felt that her throat was stuck. She clearly wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound. She clearly wanted to break free from Nangong's embrace and push him far away, but she didn't have any strength left. She could only nestle in Nangong's embrace, indecisive and soft-hearted. Originally, I had some expectations for you and thought that you were a ruthless character like me. But in the end, you're only at this level? Danzo looked at Nangongja and Mashiro, who were cuddling with each other. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He felt that his judgment of Nangongja might have been wrong. She was a person who cared about love and could forgive others with a smile even if she was stabbed in the back. How could he be a ruthless character? It was really disappointing. Indeed, sometimes I don't act like a qualified ninja. Many times, after I kill someone, I feel a strong sense of guilt shrouding my heart. For some unknown people, I will accept them with the greatest kindness. Perhaps in your eyes, Danzo-sama's eyes, these things are simply inconceivable. But I have never regretted it, because although I'm a ninja, I've never thought that I'm a qualified ninja. Resentment, love, hatred, kindness, and malice. As a ninja, you have to use the greatest malice to guess the opponent's mind. But how many people have broken through the boundary of good and evil, or even directly fallen to the side of darkness? Nangong's words were actually a kind of interrogation for himself. Was he good or evil, cruel or merciful? When Nangongja spoke these words, the answers to all these questions in Nangongja's heart began to become clear. I've thought for a long time, and I realized that I don't know whether I'm good or evil. Because I've actually stepped into both, but now I'm not willing to agree with either. Good and evil is the biggest lie of human nature. It's an illusory rule made up by groups of people. They use words and habits to fabricate such an invisible shackle to bind all life. Everyone is like this, whether it's the evil person who brings disaster to the world or the kind person who saves the world. In fact, they all follow this rule intentionally or unintentionally, so that they unconsciously become more like the good person or the evil person in the world's perception. In this way, for a long time in the cage, unable to transcend, unable to be free. How can such a person achieve transcendence and freedom? Nangong's words were rebellious, and it made people at a loss. If they really had to use a word to describe it, it might be only this word: madman. No one knew who it was that let out such a slight exclamation. But it made everyone, including Danzo, slightly agree in their hearts. Madman? That's good. Banishment Senpai once told me a sentence from a wise man. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. I didn't understand at that time, but now I'm slightly touched. It doesn't matter if you're crazy or sober. As long as a person can face himself seriously and recognize himself. Even if he's a madman, he's still happy and happy. On the contrary, he's submissive in the consciousness of others. Even if he's really praised by everyone, his mind will not be clear in the end. Of course, Danzo didn't know who the banishment Senpai Nangongja was talking about was. Such a hero had long been submerged in the dust of history, intentionally or unintentionally. But Nangongja's words still fiercely knocked on Danzo's heart, and he couldn't help but secretly ask himself in his heart, was he indulging in unwillingness and humiliation, and gradually lost himself? But before Danzo had time to think deeply, he was already attracted by Nangongja's state. After Nangongja finished speaking, his body's aura began to become extremely unstable. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and it was impossible to understand. Danzo naturally saw Nangongja's abnormality, because Danzo also went through this stage. This was a sign that a person's mental and physical state had reached saturation and began to blend with each other, allowing a person's strength to reach the strongest state. Everyone's way of breaking through to the Kage level was not fixed. Not to mention others, Danzo reached the Kage level because of the intense humiliation and unwillingness in his heart when he didn't get the position of Hokage. As for Nangongja, he was even more surprising. He actually began to analyze his own mind and began to break through to the Kage level under the condition of understanding his heart. If it was in a normal state, a slight noise may be able to interrupt the process of a person's promotion. This process was so fragile. But at this moment, Nangong's body was surrounded by a powerful sword chi dragon, unconsciously forming a barrier that separated him from the outside world. And the only person who could possibly interrupt Nangong's promotion was Mashiro, who was also surrounded by the sword chi dragon. But looking at Mashiro's current state, Danzo was sure that even if he gave any order that could endanger Nangongja, Mashiro would definitely ignore it without hesitation. TSK. This is why I hate love so much. It's really a waste of time. Danzo couldn't help but secretly curse, but other than that, he could only watch Nangong's promotion process without being able to stop it. Chapter 137. The sword is a vicious weapon since the ancient times. Although some people say that it is the king of all weapons, it cannot change its nature. It has become a tool to reap lives. Therefore, if a person uses the sword with good intentions, then the sword can save people and support the world. If a person uses the sword with evil intentions, then the sword can slaughter thousands of people. The sword will always be a tool. The only one who can decide the fate of the sword is the person holding it. Some people say that I am a demon who kills people like scything flax. Some people say that I am a cruel and violent madman. However, I am me. That person holds a sword and drinks wine. Banishment of those who kill each other and those who save those who want to save. I will always be a banishment. Young man, there will be a day when you see yourself clearly. When that time comes, don't forget, you are just a person, an ordinary person who can still cry and laugh. Just do as you wish. Nangongja didn't know what kind of state he was in. He only felt that his whole body was wrapped in a kind of gentle power. Even his abdomen that was stabbed by Mashiro didn't feel any pain now. Mashiro indeed didn't have the intention to kill Nangongja. Perhaps it was subconsciously that Mashiro's kunai avoided Nangongja's vital points. Although he lost a lot of blood, it didn't affect Nangongja much. Looking at the lifelike but somewhat illusory figure of the banishment standing in front of him, Nangongja knew that this was the moment when he was about to leave the illusion created by the banishment. The banishment was the last thing he entrusted to him. He didn't know if the banishment had expected that with Nangongja's character, he would inevitably face this kind of interrogation. It was an inconspicuous sentence back then, but now it sounded like it was specially said to Nangongja at this moment. I didn't expect that even after Senior disappeared from the world for 3 years, I would still listen to Senior's teachings. Haha. Nangongja smiled faintly. Although there was a little complaint in his tone, it was more of a deep nostalgia. Although she hadn't spent much time with banishment, her charisma had left a deep impression on her. He had learned about Nangongja's attitude and way of doing things. He looked at the person standing in front of him who had finished speaking. With a pair of sharp sword-like eyes, he looked straight at her smiling face. Nangongja also smiled. Whether it was the outline of his mouth or the posture, it was very similar to banishment. Senior, you once told me that in ancient times, there was a kind of person who didn't fear life or death, who didn't fear hardships. They used their own martial arts to carry out their own hearts. They were respectfully called Wuxia, by people. They did whatever they wanted, but they were chivalrous in their hearts. I think, perhaps in the depths of my heart, I also yearn to become such a person. I am willing to hold the 5 feet of heavenly tribulation in my hands and follow my heart. Be a true Wuxia that I envy. Nangongja seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to banishment standing in front of him. Although his words weren't very impassioned, each word was powerful. It wasn't difficult to see that Nangongja valued these words. Banishment, who was standing opposite Nangongja, suddenly became clear. The smile on his face became wider, and he even nodded slightly at Nangongja. It didn't seem like a remnant image in his memory at all. Instead, it seemed like a real senior banishment was standing opposite him. Nangongja wanted to say something, but banishment's body had already turned into spots of light and dissipated. Nangongja's thoughts were no longer in the warm space. Wisps of cold wind blew on his face. Nangongja has returned to reality. Mashiro was still nestled in Nangongja's arms, while Danzo looked at Nangongja with a complicated expression. As for the root ninjas behind Danzo, don't mention it. "Mashiro, let's go home." Nangongja put his mouth close to Mashiro's ear and said softly. After saying that, Nangongja raised his head and looked at Danzo. The corner of his mouth actually raised a little bit with a mocking smile. Not good. Nangongja is going to go all out. This was Danzo's first thought. But anyone who breaks through the Kage level will have a strange state for a short period of time after breaking through. It's like finding a way to vent after suddenly having excess power. At this moment, isn't Nangongja a person who just broke through the Kage level and just happened to have a chance to vent? Nangongja waved his hand, and the Dragon Ball sword that originally turned into a sword energy dragon dissipated the sword energy around the sword. It returned to its original appearance. His eyes never left the heavenly calamity sword's body, as if he was preparing something. His hand that was holding the heavenly tribulation sword suddenly trembled. The Dragon Ball sword emitted a kind of fluctuation. In an instant, it affected the entire sword energy dragon. The sword energy dragon expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the aura also changed from the originally stable to violent. Danzo hurriedly increased the speed of his hand seals, but the seals were not finished yet. The sword chi of the long dragon of sword chi suddenly erupted. The powerful light, the huge energy wave, and the sword energy that was even smaller than a thin thread that could penetrate through every opening suddenly exploded. There was no loud bang, and the sword energy dragon's explosion swept across the entire land silently. There was a huge cloud of dust in the air, and a gigantic whirlpool formed in the air, absorbing all of the dust that covered everyone's vision. A gigantic silhouette appeared. It was a strange creature with a long elephant trunk that was crouching on the ground at the moment. Below the abdomen of this giant creature, a group of people slowly appeared. At the same time, Danzo summoned his psychic beast, the Nightmare Taper, the moment the sword aura dragon burst out. He looked at the deep and shallow wounds on the Nightmare Taper's body that had a shocking defense. Danzo's heart was also filled with fear. If he had not summoned his spiritual beast in time, the base might have suffered a serious loss this time. A large number of members would lose their combat ability, and the precious information in the base would be destroyed. Those were the consequences that Danzo could not bear. Nangongja, I can't believe it's a disaster because of my carelessness. However, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. My plan to exterminate the Uchiha tribe can't handle a variable like Nangongja's in the Woodleaf. Although there are losses in this operation, we've forced Nangongja out of the Woodleaf's range. It's just nice to compensate for the losses with the Sharingan. Danzo waved and turned around, walking to the only part of the base that was not destroyed under the Nightmare Taper's protection. Chapter 138. When Nangongja reappeared, he was already in the alternate dimension of the Lion tribe. "Brother, are you hurt?" Nangongro was anxiously waiting at the teleportation point of the Lion tribe. Not much time had passed since Nangongja sent his sister to the alternate dimension of the Lion tribe to Nangongja rescuing Mashiro. Therefore, Nangongro had been waiting near the teleportation point, hoping to see her brother as soon as possible to confirm if Nangongja was hurt. "It's nothing, just some superficial wounds. It doesn't affect anything. I already know that Little Linger wasn't captured. I'll go find Little Linger now and bring her to the alternate dimension of the Lion tribe." Nangongja's complexion was normal. Although his body was slightly tired, there were no obvious signs of abnormalities. Nangongro also knew that her brother's body was fine. "Sister Mashiro, are you okay too?" Nangongro looked at Mashiro, who was nestled in Nangongja's arms, and asked. There were many wounds on Mashiro's body, some shallow and some deep. Perhaps the people from Root wanted to confuse Nangongja, but they left many wounds on Mashiro's body. Moreover, they didn't hold back at all. Every wound was left on Mashiro's body. At this moment, Mashiro was still a little weak, and her face was sickly pale. He opened his pale mouth, as if he wanted to say something. However, after opening it a few times, she closed her mouth weakly. Nangongja could also see that Mashiro might be feeling guilty for stabbing herself, so he helped Mashiro cover up. "All right, Little Linger is still outside, and we can't be completely sure of her safety." Mashiro has never cultivated before, and her body is also weak. Now that I think about it, we can't talk properly. Let her have a good rest. Nangong's words weren't completely flawless. However, Nangong also knew that little Linger was in a dangerous state. It wasn't the time to mind Mashiro's problem. Although Nangong knew some emergency bandages, he didn't have time to treat Mashiro. Although her injuries hadn't reached a critical state, she still needed to be treated urgently. All right, let's not talk anymore. I have to find little Linger as soon as possible. I'll leave Mashiro to you. Nangong knew that he couldn't lie in front of his sister. The two of them were too familiar with each other. If Nangong had any unnatural behavior, Nangong wouldn't be able to hide it. Nangong quickly placed True White in front of Nangong and glanced at Arthur, who was beside him, and said, "Don't worry, little Arthur. Please take care of Sister Mashiro and Sister Ruru, little Arthur." "Roar, don't worry. Leave it to me. I, the Lionheart King, am super powerful." Nangong stepped forward, patted little Arthur's head, and stepped into the teleportation circle. Nangong and Mashiro looked at Nangong's back in a daze. Both of them had their own thoughts, but they didn't ask each other about it. Nangong started to treat Mashiro's injuries. In the spatial rift, Nangong and Liang were talking. "You hid the matter about Mashiro just like that? Can you really do it?" With Nangong's intelligence, it's impossible that she didn't see through it. Nangong nodded, indicating that he knew how powerful his sister was. "Indeed, Ruru definitely knew about it last night, but I still can't tell her about it. Because I understand my sister, just like how she understands me." Nangong paused for a moment before continuing. "Although it seems like Ruru has a good relationship with Mashiro and little Linger, but that was a situation that could only be maintained when there was no conflict between them. Ruru has been a very opinionated person since she was young. Many times, even if I explained the cause and effect to her, she would still be stubborn. If Ruru really knew that Mashiro was a spy from Root, and even stabbed me, she wouldn't be able to do it. I really don't want to imagine what Ruru would do. Moreover, I teleported her to the Lion Tribe's alternate dimension. She must be regretting that she couldn't help me. Once she knew about Junbai's situation, she would be completely enraged. She might even do something bad. I have to hide it from her, at least for now. When I have the chance, I'll explain it to her." Nangong spoke sincerely. Nangong naturally understood Nangong. Therefore, Liang couldn't say anything else. But she still reminded Nangong, "Since you've decided to hide it from her, then I won't say anything else. Then I won't say anything more. But you must pay attention to it. Even if you want Nangong to know something about Mashiro, it must come from your mouth. Otherwise, if an enemy adds oil to the fire, it will be a huge problem to drive a wedge between your family members." Liang could be said to be a veteran who had been in the world for a long time. There were some things that Nangong couldn't think of or didn't want to think of. Liang felt that it was his responsibility to remind Nangong, "Good medicine is bitter, but honest advice is unpleasant." There were some things that had to be said. "I understand." Nangong and Liang's lives were connected, so there were fewer taboos between them. The best proof was that Nangong could still listen to Liang seriously even though he was talking about such a sensitive topic. Whether it was Liang's attitude or her experience, it was an important supplement for Nangong. When the two of them are together, they are the real Konohazayama known by the ninja world. Before Mashiro was captured and brought to Root Space, such a place naturally has a way to block the transmission of space coordinates. I thought that little Linger and Mashiro were together, so I didn't try to get close to the coordinates through the transmission circle. But now that little Linger isn't in Root Space, and I have confirmed that little Linger's coordinates can still be detected, then we can directly go to little Linger's side and bring little Linger to the Lion Clan space as soon as possible. Although little Linger has only been a ninja for a short period of time, now I have to let her get out of the farce of acting as a ninja. Nangong felt little Linger's aura, then slowly and quickly moved to the place where little Linger was. Chapter 139. Ayaya. We finally have a mission that doesn't involve hoeing fields or searching for lost pets. Little Linger was very excited as she walked on the road. In the morning, Little Linger just met up with her instructor. The instructor brought Little Linger a piece of good news. Their class is finally going to accept a mission outside the village. But he didn't say what the mission was. He just said that because the mission was a bit urgent, they had to leave immediately and there was no time to inform their family. Although Little Linger doesn't understand why they can't inform their family, the joy of leaving the village has already rushed to Little Linger's head. Moreover, going with Little Linger is also the Uchiha family's Uchiha Yuri Koyuri. The two of them graduated from the same class, so they were assigned to the same ninja team. The other member of their team is actually in the same class as Little Linger and Mashiro, but his performance has always been mediocre, and he doesn't have a sense of presence. It seems like his name is something Irika, but Jation seems to have a fever. This mission can only be carried out by their instructor, Little Linger, and Uchiha Yuri Koyuri. Looking at Little Linger chattering in front of him, Yuri Koyuri seemed to feel that it was very noisy, so he slightly frowned and said, "Nangong Ling, don't be like this, okay? You don't only represent yourself, but also the reputation of Nangong Sensei. Your every move may change people's perception of Nangong Sensei. If you always act like this, it will make Nangong Sensei very embarrassed." In the beginning, Yuri Koyuri didn't like Nangong Zhe, but since Yuri Koyuri was selected by Nangong Zhe as his class representative, the intersection between the two has become more and more frequent. Yuri Koyuri's impression of Nangong Zhe has also begun to change little by little. In Little Linger's words, he has become Nangong Zhe's crazy fan. I like to be crazy. No matter what I do, Brother Nangong is still my brother. It has nothing to do with you. You can slowly envy him. That's right. Little Linger began to ridicule him. You are simply unreasonable. I'm unreasonable. Well, the two of them stared at each other like that. Little sparks that could be seen with the naked eye burst out between the two of them. However, an ordinary-looking pendant hanging on Ling Er's chest emitted a burst of green light. Your chest is glowing? Yuri Koyuri was standing opposite Little Linger, so he naturally saw the pendant on Little Linger's chest clearly. Glowing? What glowing? I think you are just envious that Brother Nangong gave it to me. Why is the pendant that Brother Nangong gave me glowing? Suddenly, the pendant slowly floated up from Little Linger's chest. The light began to become brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a strong green light. It made people unable to see what was in front of them. After the strong light dissipated, their vision gradually recovered. A figure wearing black armor stood near the two of them. Brother Nangong. Nangong. Sensei? Little Linger and Yuri Koyuri simultaneously discovered that the person wearing black armor standing on the ground was Nangong Zhe, whom they were just talking about. The two girls' cheeks became slightly pink for a moment. However, Nangong Zhe didn't care about the performance of the two little girls. Instead, he stared at the Jonin who was walking behind the two little girls. Root? Nangong Zhe's tone was slightly gloomy. Even the two girls could feel the anger in his voice. Nangong Jonin, with Leaf Yama? When the instructor saw Nangong Zhe, he didn't expect that Nangong Zhe would appear here. In fact, this instructor was indeed a ninja from Root, but due to various coincidences, he became a Jonin who led a few genin. Although no one told him directly, the instructor knew that he was a backup plan placed by Root beside Nangong Ling. If the mission failed, then Nangong Ling would become an excellent target for coercion. Root? It was still the same words and the same tone, but Nangong Zhe's words made people feel even more gloomy. I am Nangong Ling's instructor Jonin. Why must I cooperate with Root? The instructor knew that his identity couldn't be exposed like this, unless Nangong Zhe directly went to Root's personnel department to check the information. Otherwise, it was impossible to find out the slightest bit of information about his identity. So when he spoke, he was actually a little bit fearless. Root. Although Nangong Zhe said the same words at this moment, his tone was very firm. Obviously, he had made a conclusion in his heart. Wait, I am. The instructor naturally knew that Nangong Zhe wanted to kill him. No matter what kind of person he was, It was impossible for him to be so calm when facing the net. The fear in his heart urged him to explain himself. But Nangong's sword flashed, and the instructor's head flew into the sky just like that. Under the effect of the heart, a column of blood gushed up to the sky. Whether it was little Linger or Yuri Koyuri, they had never seen such a bloody scene before. For a moment their stomachs were overturned, and it was as if they were going to vomit. Brother Nangong? After all, little Linger was closer to Nangongja. Although she didn't understand why Nangongja wanted to kill this instructor Jonin who treated her well, she still didn't understand. But she still called out Nangongja's name with the fear and disgust in her heart. Although Nangongja had just killed someone, he wasn't controlled by the emotions of killing someone. Instead, he turned around and told little Linger the whole story. Of course, Nangongja still hid the fact that Mashiro was a fan. So, that organization called Root wanted to kidnap Mashiro-san and Rower-san to threaten Brother to work for them. But Brother saw through it and saved Mashiro-san and Rower-san to the Lion Clan's alternate dimension. Now, little Linger's instructor Jonin is actually a backup plan left by Root to threaten Brother. Little Linger's tone was a little surprised and uneasy. Little Linger, who was inexperienced in the world, had never seen such a sinister person. For a moment, she was speechless. On the other hand, Yuri Koyuri, who came from a big family, seemed to have endured the fear and disgust of the bloody scene and seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 140. Nangong-sensei. Root will never recruit a famous ninja for no reason. Because this is not Root's style at all. Yuri Koyuri said to Nangongja. Although Yuri Koyuri usually jested with little Linger and didn't seem to be scheming. But that's just because Yuri Koyuri didn't want to use too much scheming on a pure person like little Linger. How can a person who was trained by a big clan like the Uchiha be an ignorant girl? As one of the key clansmen of the Uchiha clan, some records about the Wood Leaf forces must be studied. As the root of Konoha's rapid rise, Konoha was feared by many, and Konoha has naturally seen his intelligence. As an organization that specializes in assassination, every ninja recruited must have some kind of connection with Root. If they didn't have a relationship with Root, then they were trained by Root. Although Nangongja was strong, he was still a stranger to Root. Now that they wanted to recruit someone they weren't familiar with, the most likely reason was that Root was going to organize a big operation. Their own strength was still a bit lacking, so they used this method to increase their strength. Then, Lily continued, "That's right. There are only a few people who can make Root pay so much attention to them. Outer Village ninjas suffered a lot during the Third Shinobi World War, so they naturally won't do stupid things at this juncture, so they can be ruled out. Although the Wood Leafs Alliance is already a force that can't be ignored, after all, each of the small clans had many or small conflicts and frictions during the Warring States period. They were wary of each other, and there was no one who was strong enough to lead them. So in fact, it's more than enough to defend but not enough to attack. Such a force is not worth Root's attention. Although the Hokage clan has always been in conflict with Root, they still restrained each other. After the fourth Hokage left the village to investigate the mysterious organization that caused the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Hokage clan's strength has also been greatly weakened. As long as the two sides don't have a fundamental conflict, they won't fight openly. The Hyuga clan's eldest daughter was kidnapped by Kumo Shinobu not long ago. Although there were some complaints because of the Wood Leaf, most of the Hyuga leaders didn't mind using a branch family member to end this trouble. Therefore, there is no conflict with Root, which represents Konoha's official power. Moreover, the poor Cataract clan doesn't have the courage to compete with an organization like Root. So, the only force that can make Root make such a big move is actually very obvious. It's the Uchiha clan. Yuri Koyuri's analysis was very reasonable, and his logic was very careful. Automatically blocking some of the Daily Hyuga's remarks was very valuable. But Nangongja always felt that Yuri Koyuri was a little too calm at this moment. It was obviously the clan that he grew up in. Yuri Koyuri could be so calm at this moment. It could even be said that he was cold-blooded. Even if he finally concluded that his clan was the target of Root's powerful force, He was still too calm and didn't have any anger or grievance. You're right, Root's target is actually the Uchiha clan. Nangongja confirmed Yuri Koyuri's thoughts, and then said, although I don't know why Root wants to fight with the Uchiha clan, I'm sure that the Uchiha clan is indeed facing a big trouble this time. With Danzo's character, since he's going to make a move, then naturally he's well prepared. Even if he wants to recruit me, it's just a plan to add flowers to the brocade. If it succeeds, it'll be killing two birds with one stone. Not only will it increase their combat power, but it'll also increase their chances of attacking the Uchiha clan. Even if it doesn't succeed, they'll have eliminated an uncertain factor that could disrupt the situation. Although it's a small loss, it'll undoubtedly increase the chances of the plan succeeding. Yuri Koyuri nodded, as if he also felt that Nangongja's analysis was reasonable. But Nangongja couldn't suppress his curiosity, and asked Yuri Koyuri, the place you grew up in is facing such a huge threat at this moment. I really don't understand why you're so calm at this moment. It's actually very simple. Yuri Koyuri didn't want to hide anything from Nangongja, and just said with a calm face, the Uchiha clan is the same as all the other major forces. It's divided into factions. I represent some of the moderate factions, but the current head of the Uchiha clan is a standard radical faction. After he became the head of the clan, because of his background, he greatly suppressed the moderate factions. In this generation, the moderate faction only has the strength to support me, a talented clansman. Although I don't know what this Uchiha Fugaku is planning, but it's nothing more than a serious threat to the interests of Root. So a battle between the two is inevitable. Although I don't want to admit it, the 3 generations Hokage is still reasonable. If Danzo really goes too far, the 3 generations will also come out to stop him. The worst outcome is that the radical faction of the Uchiha clan will be eliminated, and the power of the Uchiha clan will be greatly weakened. For a long time, the Uchiha clan will become a sharp blade that listens to Woodleaf's orders. There's nothing unacceptable about this, and there's always a price to pay for a political defeat. In fact, Yuri Koyuri didn't say that the moderate faction of the Uchiha clan was actually secretly related to the Hokage. If there's a disaster, the Hokage will naturally protect them. Such a secret transaction naturally has to be kept confidential. So Little Linger didn't say anything to Nangongja. Although I don't know why you were so confident in the 3 generations Hokage, but since you didn't say anything, I don't want to interrupt the various details of the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction. I just want to protect my family, and I don't want to be involved in this kind of troublesome thing. Nangongja said, and then his tone changed. But since Danzo provoked me, I naturally can't let him get what he wants. It's also possible to create some trouble for him at the right time. Chapter 141. Nangong, brother, what are you guys talking about? Little Linger, why can't I understand? Nangongja and Yuri Koyuri began brainstorming each other. But Little Linger, who was standing on the side, suffered. What's going on today? Little Linger finally received a mission to go out of the village, and she thought that she would have a good trip. But she just quarreled with Yuri Koyuri for a while and ridiculed each other a few times. Then, Nangongja suddenly appeared and killed the Jonin under his guidance. After that, Nangongja began to explain the ins and outs to Little Linger. After listening to her brother Nangong's words, her teammates Yuri Koyuri and brother Nangong began to chatter about a lot of things that Little Linger didn't understand. What small family alliance, what cataract family, what root Uchiha. Little Ling Er's head was a little dizzy from hearing this. Her brain couldn't wrap itself around it, so Little Linger had to call her brother Nangong. Looking at Little Linger's face that was about to turn into a mosquito coil, Nangongja suddenly realized that he seemed to be too protective of Little Linger. He clearly persuaded Yabuki to let Sakura go to the ninja school to learn self-defense methods, but now it's his turn to be overprotective of Little Linger. Sure enough, people are just people who know it's easy to do it. Little Linger's innocence and kindness are what Nangongja and many people close to Nangongja lack. Only when he sees the pure and kind Little Linger can Nangongja be reminded of his own heart. This is the charm of Little Linger, and the most precious part. Nangongja smiled gently and put his hand on Little Linger's head. He gently caressed her, and Xiaoling Air was just like a kitten, smiling leisurely. It's okay. It's just a small trouble. I'll solve it soon, but little Linger, you'll have to stay with Mashiro-san and Ruru-san in the Lion Clan space for a while. Hearing Nangong's words, little Linger's smile suddenly disappeared, and her small mouth flattened, as if she was very unwilling. Little Linger, don't. I've just become a ninja. I just want to carry out a few super missions and surprise my brothers and sisters. But why do I have to go so far so soon? Little Linger also has a childish temper, and her expression can be said to change at will. But Nangongja has long been used to little Linger's various expressions. After all, they have lived together for a long time. The degree of understanding between them is extremely high. But Big Brother still has very important things to do. Mashiro-san and Ruru-san are both in the Lion Clan space. Big Brother really doesn't have the spare energy to take care of them, so I want to ask little Linger to help Big Brother. Now that little Linger is unhappy and doesn't want to help Big Brother, what should I do? The moment Nangongja's words left his mouth, it could be considered to have intimidated little Linger. Her small mouth was no longer pouting. Instead, her pair of small eyes were rolling around. It was obvious that she was considering Nangongja's words. Good. This is the time to pursue the victory. And there's a talking kitten in the Lion Clan space, little Linger. Don't you want to see it? This sentence can be said to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Little Linger, who was still in a dilemma, instantly became excited and shouted, I want to go. I want to go. Little Linger wants to help Big Brother take care of the two sisters and the talking kitten. Phew! Nangongja let out a heavy breath. Can be said that little Linger was tricked. So he turned his head to look at Yuri Koyuri standing next to him. Although Yuri Koyuri looks very mature, he is still an 11 or 12-year-old child after all. Things like talking kittens and alternate dimensions were still very fascinating. A pair of bright eyes looked at Nangongja. Nangongja naturally knows that Yuri Koyuri also wants to go to the Lion Clan space. This is not a troublesome matter. Yuri Koyuri thought too much of the kindness of the three generations and Danzo's thinking. Nangongja actually has contact with both of them. Neither of them is easy to deal with. Gentle, kind, cruel, sinister. Both of them are gathered together. After all, Yuri Koyuri is his student. The relationship between the two was quite close. So Nangongja took the opportunity to say, Yuri Koyuri, you also go to the Lion Clan space with little Linger, right? But, although Yuri Koyuri's analysis has reached the point of indifference, when Nangongja really wants Yuri Koyuri to get out of this matter, Yuri Koyuri's heart inevitably hesitated. Don't worry, Master's matter will be solved by Master. You are just a child. No matter how much you want to do something, you are still lacking in both strength and intellect. Whether it's strength or scheming, you're still lacking. I'm not willing to let you and Linger face such a thing at such a young age. Go to the Lion Clan space with little Linger to lie low for a while. When the dust settles, I will bring you back. Nangongja spoke with sincerity. He did not hide his intention to protect her at all. Yuri Koyuri also knows that it is best for him and little Linger to follow Nangongja to the Lion Clan space to lie low for a while. So he nodded and agreed to Nangongja's proposal. So Nangongja inserted the Heaven's Disaster Sword into the ground, grabbed the two little girls' hands, and took them through the space-time gap to the Lion Clan space. After all, the environment of the Lion Clan space is somewhat different from the ninja world. The two little girls were also attracted by the environment of the Lion Clan space. Nangongja, you're back so soon? Little Lion Arthur felt the fluctuation of space and knew that Nangongja had returned. So he hurriedly ran to greet Nangongja. Is Mashiro okay? Nangongja did not forget to ask about Mashiro's situation. After all, Mashiro suffered the most serious injury among them. It doesn't matter anymore. Ruru-san has already bandaged Mashiro-san's wound. It's just that Mashiro-san seems to be too tired and has already fallen asleep. Ruru-san is still watching Mashiro-san's bed just in case. Little Arthur's mouth was quite smooth, and he explained the matter in a few words. Little Linger and Yuri Koyuri also broke free from the magnificent scenery of the Lion Clan space. Seeing little Arthur, who was bragging to Nan Gongja about how much effort he put in when bandaging the wound, the two little girls exclaimed and rushed to little Arthur. "Wow, there really is a talking kitten. Its fur is so smooth." Little Arthur was dumbfounded, but when he regained his senses, he shouted loudly, "Don't worry, this Lionheart King is a lion, and Nan Gongja, come and save me." Nan Gongja had long disappeared. It was better to die than to die. "Little Arthur, I wish you a safe life under the ravages of the little girls." Chapter 142. Woodleaf Village, Changi Alley. This is an alley that is not often mentioned by people, but it is a long alley in Woodleaf Village that is hard to ignore. This is the place where some of the messengers from big forces and big merchants live in Woodleaf Village. Because these people are not short of money, this is almost the most entertaining street in Woodleaf Village. Countless merchants open their shops here side by side. One by one, the basic legal industries of Woodleaf Village were quietly distributed here. In an ordinary courtyard in Changi Alley, Nan Gongja was standing inside at the moment, holding a small and exquisite wine glass. Nan Gongja obviously changed his appearance. The originally dark long hair like a waterfall has now turned into a black and white bun on his head. His eyebrows were also trimmed. The sharp eyebrows were trimmed slightly, and with some disguise methods, his face became a little abnormal white. Impressively, he has turned into a sick and weak noble son. Some people may ask, obviously ninjas have a very convenient transformation technique. Directly from the body to the hair, and the clothes on the body can be changed. Why did Nan Gongja use such a primitive method to cover his face? It is very simple. Because Nan Gongja doesn't know how to do it. As a person who cultivates internal force, Nan Gongja really doesn't know how to use chakra to change his appearance. He can only rely on some of the disguise techniques he learned when performing tasks in various parts of the ninja world to change his appearance. However, this is not without benefits because the essence of the transformation technique is actually a kind of genjutsu. Relying on the chakra covering the whole body, setting up a layer of genjutsu to cover the body, some powerful and experienced ninjas can quickly see through some of the less detailed transformation jutsu and perceive the energy fluctuations of the ninjutsu. Nan Gongja's genjutsu is the least dangerous way to change his appearance. In the past few days, Nan Gongja has been staying in Changi Alley, mingling with representatives of various families and merchants. Although most of these people have no strength, they can rely on their weak bodies to mix in the ninja world for so many years. Their knowledge and ability to collect information can't be underestimated. In addition, Nan Gongja disguised himself as a sick and weak rich son, which made these people lower their vigilance a little. After Nan Gongja's extravagant spending of money and wind, flour, snow, and moon's ramblings, a few of the relatively famous people in Changi Alley had already started calling Nan Gongja their brother. These days, although on the surface Woodleaf Village is as usual. However, there are more people in all important places. Some important messengers got the news that Woodleaf Village has found some ninjas from other villages, so they raised the level of alert. But everyone knows that although Woodleaf Village lost a lot of power in the previous Third Shinobi World War and Ninetales attack, but in the Third Shinobi World War, each village also lost a lot of power. It's time to rest. No one will start a war so easily. Those merchants and noble messengers don't know where to go. But I know. In the past few days, Danzo and the three generations have reached a tacit understanding. In 1 or 2 days, they will make a move on the Uchiha clan. Humph! Now that the enemy is in the light and I'm in the dark, what should I do to disturb the three generations and the insidious Danzo-sama? Nan Gongja took a sip of the wine in his small glass. Although his tone was asking, he didn't hesitate at all, obviously. He already had a plan in his heart. The key is Itachi Uchiha. Nan Gongja himself has been thinking for a long time. He has been thinking about how Danzo and the three generations will deal with the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan is not as strong as the Uchiha clan when they first built the village, but over the years, the Uchiha clan has been accumulating their strength, and in each generation, there will be several amazing new talents. Moreover, even if Danzo and the three generations really want to face the Uchiha clan at all costs, they also have to consider the thoughts of the other Woodleaf clans. Originally, when the village was built, everyone agreed to build the village together. In other words, Every clan is a shareholder of the Wood Leaf joint venture. Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga are the biggest shareholders. As for the other small families, they were also shareholders. Now, the Wood Leaf clan has developed and become one of the most powerful clans in the shinobi world. The power of the Hokage clan has also expanded rapidly. Originally, it was only the power of Senju clan, but now it has gradually integrated with the power of Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Shimura, and the Uzumaki clan scattered in the shinobi world. They have also developed the Umbu under Hokage's direct command and Konoha's root. Every small clan began to feel a little uneasy. Am I really one of the owners of the Wood Leaf clan now? Don't say that the Wood Leaf is my family. We all love her. The strength of the Wood Leaf clan is our strength. Such a hypocritical lie. Every clan that has struggled to survive since the Warring States period, there is no one who doesn't get up early without benefits. If the Uchiha clan has really launched a rebellion, then all the small clans naturally have nothing to say, and even send their own forces to help the Hokage clan suppress the Uchiha clan. But Danzo is selfish. He wants to collect the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How can he allow others to take such a piece of the cake? At this moment, it is an irreconcilable contradiction. Once the Uchiha clan is destroyed, the small clans will inevitably think about it. Even a powerful clan like the Uchiha clan was destroyed by the Hokage clan. What ability do they have to protect themselves? When the Uchiha clan is destroyed, it inspires more people to rebel against the Hokage clan's rule. It is really a stupid act. Therefore, the Wood Leaf clan must put out a person who is willing to take all the blame and not let people suspect. After thinking about it, Nangongja didn't know how much information he collected. He found that this candidate is impressively the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's head Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi Uchiha. First of all, Itachi Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan's head. Naturally, he has the opportunity to discover the Uchiha clan's bad intentions. Second, Itachi Uchiha can be said to be the most upright and righteous person among all the Uchiha ninjas, which gives Itachi Uchiha a reason to sacrifice his own clan for the Wood Leaf clan. Third, Itachi Uchiha has a weakness that can't be ignored, and that is, compared to his younger brother Sasuke's doting. When Itachi Uchiha is not on a mission, he spends all his time with his younger brother. Once Danzo and the three generations use Uchiha and Sasuke as a threat, it is very likely that he will become a puppet in the hands of Danzo and the three generations. It is too easy to manipulate. Chapter 143. The night was as dark as ink, leaving only a bright moon hanging in the sky. Itachi Uchiha was squatting on a telephone pole in the Uchiha clan. The moon was floating behind him. For some reason, Itachi's body and the moon were emitting a touch of blood. In other places of the Uchiha clan, root ninjas wearing Umbu uniforms were shuttling through the streets and alleys of the Uchiha clan. From time to time, screams would break the silence. Itachi didn't say anything. He just told Root about the defensive layout of the Uchiha clan and the distribution of each strong Uchiha clan's home. Is my choice right or wrong? Itachi couldn't help but ask himself. Everyone living in the Uchiha clan was Itachi Uchiha's clansman. Every one of them had the same bloodline as Itachi. But because of Itachi Uchiha's decision, they all rushed to the Yellow Spring at this moment. Most of these people who were killed weren't actually ninjas. They were just Uchiha clansmen who lived under the protection of the Uchiha clan. But at this moment, they are going to lose their lives because of some high-level conspiracy that they didn't know about. At this moment, Itachi is not the poor person who will be weather-beaten in the future. He still has a lot of compassion in his heart. But Itachi knows that only by doing this can he protect his brother. Wood Leaf people don't know, but Itachi's heart is very clear. As long as Sasuke can grow strong enough, his descendants will be influenced by the powerful Uchiha bloodline and become a new Uchiha clansman with Sharingan. Moreover, regardless of whether the Uchiha's rebellion will succeed or not, it will inevitably cause more families to be separated by life and death. One family crying is better than 1,000 families crying. One person dying is better than 100 people dying. Itachi may have been brainwashed by the three generations and Danzo's words, leading him to make such a decision. This was a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's land, Danzo was standing on a relatively high ground, watching his subordinates slaughter the Uchiha clan. Every scream represented that Danzo was about to obtain a bloodline that contained the unique bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's heart was filled with excitement. The legendary Sharingan, except for a part of it, will fall into his hands. Isn't such a thing enough to make Danzo excited? These eyes will be the best help for Danzo to reach the position of Hokage. Oh, your smile is unspeakably disgusting. A strange voice sounded behind Danzo, and a huge pitcher plant slowly floated up from the hard ground. Humph, just do what you have to do. It's time for those old bastards of the Uchiha to appear. Danzo didn't pay attention to Zetsu's strange voice. For Danzo, these ninjas of the Akatsuki are just sharp blades that can be attracted by money and treasures. Just by paying a small part of the harvest of the Sharingan, he can attract a large number of ninjas with decent strength to help him contain the high-end combat power of the Uchiha clan. It would reduce the consumption of his subordinates and preserve his own strength. Why wouldn't he do it? I don't know what the 3 generations Hokage, who is called Ninja Hero by the world and has recently been changing his image to become a kind grandfather, will think when he knows that you actually cooperated with us, the organization that once drove the Nine Tails to attack the Wood Leaf. Zetsu didn't care that he was being ignored by Danzo, and he was still talking non-stop. But Danzo glanced at him with extreme contempt and said, "You underestimate Yuan Fei too much. He was the one who defeated me and became Wood Leaf's 3 generations Hokage. Do you think you can guess his scheming and charisma? Uchiha is a ticking time bomb for the Wood Leaf. Although it is useful, it will harm others and himself. Yuan Fei just didn't want to dirty his hands, so he acquiesced to me borrowing your strength. In the end, Namake's Watergate is still an unqualified Hokage. Everything is too simple, all enemies and friends can be covered up and betrayed by their own interests. So stupid to go out of the village and look for your Akatsuki and destroy you? If this Namake's Watergate is a Hokage for 3 to 5 years, I can guarantee that he won't even have the slightest idea of doing such a thing. Namake's Watergate is just an unqualified ninja." Looking at Danzo, Zetsu was stunned by the shamelessness of such a person. Sure enough, every politician has already buried their moral integrity and bottom line deep in the ground. They don't care about justice or evil, only care about profit or loss. Such a person. Living won't make the world more beautiful, but dying might make the world less noisy. However, a human's life was too short. After the death of a schemer, who knew how many more schemers would emerge with even more sinister intentions. Human, in Zetsu's mind, is such an inferior and meaningless race. They don't have the qualifications to live and enjoy this world. Such a person should be sent back to the furnace as soon as possible. Just when Zetsu was minding his own business, Uchiha's clan land also rose several huge auras. Danzo glanced at Zetsu, then said in a cruel and cold-blooded manner, "It's time for you to show me whether you are worthy of the reward I pay or not." Zetsu looked at Danzo, but didn't speak. Just like when he appeared, he slowly sank into the ground. At the same time, several ninjas wearing black robes with red clouds appeared in the dark night sky, revealing their figures. These ninjas were either in pairs or in groups of 3. They were the backup forces of Uchiha. In other words, the genius ninjas of various eras were separated from each other. Each one of them didn't seem to cherish the strength of an elite jonin. Each one of them was fearless of death, fighting with the strength of Uchiha clan. Under such a fearless attack, the strength of the Uchiha clan's shinobi was greatly depleted. After that, a pitcher plant would slowly appear behind them. Their lives had been taken away without a sound. And those Akatsuki members who were covered in cuts and bruises also dragged their wounded bodies to dig out the eyes of the Uchiha clan's ninjas they just killed. This is the deal between Danzo and Akatsuki. As long as Akatsuki kills Uchiha clan's ninjas, then the eyes of these ninjas belong to Akatsuki. Chapter 144. With the cooperation of Root and Akatsuki, the Uchiha clan's strength was quickly eliminated. Soon, whether it was powerful ninjas or ordinary clansmen, they all turned into corpses lying on the ground. Perhaps only the blood that slowly flowed out from the wounds on their bodies and the eye sockets that had been dug out could prove that these people had once lived in this world. Itachi Uchiha's figure disappeared from the pole and appeared behind Danzo. "Stop! It's time for me to make my move." Itachi's eyes were cold, which was what Danzo wanted. Without feelings, he could abandon everything. As long as he followed the orders of his boss, it was enough. Danzo turned his head and looked at Itachi Uchiha's line of sight. Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, Sasuke, was slowly walking toward his home in the Uchiha clan. Because of the previous massacre, the air was filled with the smell of blood. There was no sound in the surroundings. It was empty and silent, like an old tomb with countless tombstones. Sasuke was just a child, but he could still feel the oppressive and heavy atmosphere. Therefore, he subconsciously quickened his pace, wanting to quickly return to his home, the place where he thought was the safest, where his brother and parents were. Itachi just looked at his brother coldly, then his figure flashed, and he already arrived at his home. His father, Uchiha clan's head, Uchiha Fugaku, and his wife, his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, were sitting peacefully in the living room, slowly waiting for his final outcome. When Itachi opened the door, Fugaku's pupils shrank. He guessed countless people who might betray the Uchiha clan and become Woodleaf's spy. But he never thought that the person who betrayed the Uchiha was actually his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, whom he valued the most and gave the most expectations to. "Itachi, I really didn't expect that the person who came to send me and your mother on our last journey would be you." Originally, Uchiha Mikoto was ready to go to hell with her husband and 2 children. For Mikoto, whether it was the human world or hell, as long as she could be with her family, she had nothing to fear. But Itachi's appearance instantly broke Mikoto's mental state. Since Itachi betrayed the Uchiha clan, then doesn't it mean that he can live? What about Sasuke? Would his youngest son be able to live on with him as well? Itachi, Sasuke, Mikoto still couldn't control the impulse in her heart. The desire to let her 2 children live on was like a clump of wild grass, quickly spreading throughout her mind. Although Itachi didn't directly tell her about Sasuke's, he still gave his mother a reassuring look. Mikoto understood her child, just like she understood herself. Since Itachi's eyes, she didn't say anything more. "Father, you've made the worst decision possible. Your decision is the root cause of the Uchiha clan's destruction." Itachi turned his head and looked at his father. This was the most harsh words that the always humble and polite Itachi said to his father. "Itachi, there are some things that you can't really understand. I won't defend my actions, nor will I deny my mistakes. Winner takes all, this world has always been like this. Now, since you can use my and your mother's life in exchange for yours and Sasuke's life, then go ahead and make your move. I'm sorry. All these years, I've only cared about the identity of the Uchiha family. But I haven't been a qualified father and husband. I hope you can make it up to your mother in hell." Uchiha Fugaku's usual stern and harsh attitude changed. The cold and stiff face in Itachi's mind became soft at this moment. "Father." Although it was still a bit estranged, Itachi's mood was completely different. It turned out that his father also had such a side to him. At this moment, Sasuke wasn't far from his home. If he wanted to protect his brother, he had to take his parents' lives before he came back. Under the torment, Itachi still raised the sword in his hand and was about to cut his mother. Shwa! The feeling of flesh being cut and warm blood flowing in all directions did not appear. Instead, there was the sound of metal clashing. Just like that, a pitch-black 5-foot-long sword blocked the saber that was about to slash at his mother. "Do you want your parents to live? Do you hate Danzo?" The person who came was Nangongja, who had removed his disguise. When the Uchiha clan was wiped out by Root and Akatsuki, Nangongja was already at the scene. After many observations, Nangongja found that these Root and Akatsuki ninjas always intentionally or unintentionally skipped the Uchiha clan's house when they were slaughtering the Uchiha clan. So he sneaked into Uchiha Fugaku's house, wanting to see the further development of things. So when Itachi was about to kill his mother, he stopped him. Mixed with a part of psychic secret technique, Itachi couldn't help but start to think. His parents, don't he want them to live? The answer was naturally impossible, but his father was the leader of the rebellion against Woodleaf and the head of the Uchiha clan. Even if Itachi wanted to cover up for him, he couldn't do it at all, right? But Itachi still understood in his heart. As long as there was a slight chance for his parents to escape, Itachi would never miss it. As for whether he hated Danzo, it was like a joke. He was the one who had threatened his own younger brother and forced him to his current situation step by step. Itachi's hatred for Danzo is absolute and can't be ignored. I think I hate him too. Itachi didn't know what was going on with him, but he subconsciously said what was in his heart. I can help you. I can help you save your parents' lives, and I can also help you take revenge on Danzo. In the end, Nangongja still took out his chip. When Itachi heard Nangongja's words, he instantly woke up. In the past few days, Itachi was used by Danzo and 3 generations. Now, Nangongja came to his door, which made Itachi's delicate nerves instantly tense. Chapter 145. Nangongja saw Itachi's attitude clearly. After all, Itachi was just a kid who graduated from the ninja academy not long ago. Although he usually looked mature and steady, some things still need time to accumulate slowly. Are you afraid that I will use you? Nangongja directly brought the topic to the light. To be honest, even if I say that I don't want to use you, neither you nor I will believe it. I am indeed using you, but aren't we also using each other? You get benefits, I also get benefits. As long as we understand this, we have a basis for cooperation. Itachi listened to Nangongja's words, and he couldn't help but agree. For a long time, Itachi hated using others to gain his own benefits. But recently, everything had started to force Itachi to violate his principles bit by bit. As Nangongja said, although he was used by the 3 generations and Danzo, but didn't he also achieve his own goals? Although it seems that slaughtering the Uchiha clan and saving Uchiha Sasuke is a big loss. But this kind of thing is just like drinking water. Being able to save his brother, who might have lost his life in this massacre, is already a gain for Itachi. Deal. What are you going to do? Whether it was Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Mikoto, they didn't speak at this moment. Instead, they put their fate in the hands of their children, in the hands of Itachi Uchiha. I will give your parents a kind of pill. It can greatly reduce the body's vitality and make the body fall into a semi-dormant state. In this state, even if they receive a fatal injury, it will last for a long time. You can kill your parents in order to deceive Danzo, but you must find a way to make your parents not lose their eyes and make sure that they are in good health. In this way, I can secretly take them away and treat them to remove the dormant state. Itachi didn't know if the pills provided by Nangongja were as miraculous as he claimed, but his parents were already doomed. Now that there was such an opportunity to save their lives, both Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku felt that it was worth a try. If that's the case, then let's do it. Sasuke is almost home, and the matter here needs to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise Danzo will be suspicious. Nangongja nodded and took out 2 brown pills the size of a fingertip from his ninja tool bag and placed them in the hands of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. After taking this pill, you will immediately enter a state of suspended animation. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep and could not feel all the sensations in his body. However, this state cannot be maintained for too long, or it will lead to your immediate death. So, Nangongja looked at Itachi and then said, everything needs to be done quickly. Fugaku and his wife, as well as Itachi, nodded, and then Fugaku and his wife each took a pill, and instantly lost all their senses and fell to the ground. All their physical characteristics became extremely weak, and it was impossible to detect them. Let's finish them off, Nangongja said to Itachi Uchiha, and Itachi also raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed his parents without hesitation. The huge wound slowly oozed blood, and the strange thing was that it was such a big wound, but there was very little blood flowing out. Sui Ran looked very decisive, and there was no emotional fluctuation at all. However, the original pair of dark eyes had turned red at this moment. It was the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. The tomo in the eyes was spinning quickly, and the three tomo and the pupil were about to connect into a line. Itachi's heart was full of memories of himself and his parents. It was obviously such an ordinary memory, but at this moment, it became so clear, so full of happiness. But now there was nothing. Itachi's heart was filled with extraordinary hatred. The hatred for his father was because he wanted to fight for power and profit, and pushed his family into the abyss of destruction. The hatred for Danzo was because he coveted the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai Sharingan, and forced him to push his family step by step to this point. But the hatred for himself. He could have fought for his family and fought with the root ninjas to defend his family, but he couldn't bear to see more people die, so he chose to betray his family. Hatred. He hated the world for being unfair, and he hated himself for being weak. If he could be stronger, he would be able to face all threats. Then how could he make such a choice? His parents lying on the ground, and the blood slowly flowing out of their wounds was like a sharp knife stabbing his head. Although he took the pill given by Nangongja, Itachi didn't know whether his parents could wake up smoothly, but under the influence of his slightly extreme mood, his heart was filled with all kinds of pessimistic thoughts. 2 tears of blood slowly flowed from Itachi's eyes, and the 3 tomo in the Sharingan had now turned into a huge triangular windmill. This is the evolved form of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Nangongja walked to Itachi's side and patted his shoulder with his hand. At this moment, Itachi's temperament has changed greatly. The original sadness and anger at this moment quietly disappeared. Only extreme indifference and coldness were left, as if Itachi had frozen his heart and soul. Don't worry, since I made a deal with you, I will naturally do it. You just need to be ready to accept my parents. Itachi's tone was a bit cold, but he still didn't get confused by all kinds of emotions, and his words were still somewhat organized. Oni-san, Father-sama, Mom. Little Sasuke's shout came from outside the door, and glanced at Nangongja. Nangongja immediately hid his figure. Brother. Brother? Sasuke opened his door, and although he still saw his brother and parents, it wasn't what he wanted to see. At this moment, Itachi was holding a bleeding Zanpakuto, and the scarlet blood made the Zanpakuto's blade even colder. His father and mother both had a hideous wound on their chests. All of this was telling a cruel story to Sasuke. Chapter 146. Brother Itachi? Sasuke wanted to say more to ask his brother, but all the words in his heart couldn't jump out of his mouth at this moment. He could only call his brother's name, hoping that his brother could give him an answer different from what he guessed. Sasuke, let me test your tolerance, okay? Let me see if you are a qualified successor of the Uchiha clan. Itachi looked at Sasuke, and the words coming out of his mouth were exceptionally stiff and unapproachable. Brother, what are you talking about? What tolerance? What qualified successor? I don't understand. Did someone break into our house? Did you pick up this bloody sword in your hand to fight against the intruder? Itachi's words were completely incomprehensible to the young Sasuke. Little Sasuke could only use his limited imagination to fabricate a reasonable explanation for the person standing in front of him, who was suspected of killing his parents. Sasuke, don't you understand? I killed father and mother with my own hands for my own sake. All of this is to test my tolerance, to awaken the most powerful force belonging to the Uchiha clan. Itachi looked at Sasuke, and his dark eyes instantly turned into blood-red Sharingan. The most powerful force? Sasuke looked at the Sharingan in Itachi's eyes, which symbolized the highest glory of his clan, and couldn't help but repeat the words his brother just mentioned. Itachi's Sharingan, which originally had 3 tomo, began to rotate rapidly. Slowly, the tomo and the pupil in the middle of the eye connected together, turning into a strange triangular pinwheel-shaped icon that slowly rotated in Itachi's eye sockets. Yes, this is the evolved form of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Only the members of the Uchiha clan who truly have the power of transcendent being can have it. The path I chose was to kill my parents and all the clansmen living outside, Brother, what are you doing? Parents, all the clansmen. How could it be? How could it be brother who killed them? Sasuke couldn't help but think of the faint fishy smell in the air when he entered the Uchiha land, and the overly quiet environment. If everything Itachi said was true, then his brother had killed thousands of innocent people for such an illusory goal of tolerance? Did that include his parents? I don't believe it. I will never believe that my brother would do such a thing. Sasuke shook his head vigorously. Maybe this was the only way to make himself more convinced of his own ideas. Itachi also saw that it was impossible to persuade his brother with words alone, so he looked directly at his brother with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that so? Then I'll let you see with your own eyes. Tsukuyami. Sasuke fell into a black space at this moment, and the only ray of light was a bloody moon suspended in the sky. There were even 3 Tomo Sharingan marks on the moon. Itachi stood in front of Sasuke with his back facing him. Brother? Sasuke wanted to open his mouth and call his brother's name, but he couldn't make a sound. When he found that he couldn't speak at all, Sasuke quickly ran to Itachi's side and wanted to grab his brother with his hand. But as soon as he reached out, his hand passed through Itachi Uchiha's body. His brother in front of him was just a shadow. Sasuke watched helplessly as his brother killed the Uchiha clansmen that he had been living with day and night. Some of these people lived next door to him. Some of them were his childhood playmates. Most of them were Uchiha clansmen whose faces he couldn't remember. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I don't believe that my brother would do such a thing. That old-fashioned elder brother who had always been so gentle to him, who had always respectfully called his parents Lord Father and Lord Mother, would actually kill his parents and clansmen in exchange for power in order to test his tolerance. Do you see? This is what I did to make myself a qualified Uchiha clansman. Itachi appeared in the dark night sky like a god, with a blood-red full moon suspended behind him, and under Itachi's body, one Itachi figure after another appeared. Although their movements were different, their expressions were also different. But all of them were doing the same thing. Killing. Killing without stopping. They were killing people as if they were uprooting weeds in a field. Blood splattered all over the sky, and screams echoed all around. These things were mercilessly accusing Itachi Uchiha's actions. Itachi's family. Uchiha's everything. Itachi's parents were all killed by him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Sasuke covered his ears and closed his eyes. He wanted to make himself unable to hear those screams and see the blood splattering all over the sky. The cries were like the mournful wails of cuckoos, each of them crying blood. Sasuke had already begun to believe it, even though he tried his best to ignore everything that Itachi wanted to show him. But even though he covered his ears, the sorrowful cries still echoed in his mind. Even though he closed his eyes tightly, the smell of blood still rushed into his nose. Can't you hold on any longer? You still have to witness such a scene over and over again. Even if your mind is overwhelmed, even if you don't want to see these things at all, you still can't faint. You still have to witness these things again. Because this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the power of Tsukuyami. My stupid brother. Itachi's voice still echoed, and the coldness contained in it became heavier and heavier. Only by doing this could his weak brother grow up to be able to face anyone's threat, to face any form of fear, to revive the Uchiha clan once again. Even if he couldn't revive the Uchiha clan, at least, he could survive. In the end, Sasuke fainted. The repeated mental stimulation caused Sasuke to fall to the ground the moment he left Tsukuyami. As for Sasuke's eyes, they had unknowingly turned into a one-tomo Sharingan floating in them. A bloody tear flowed down Itachi's face. Looking at his brother, Itachi's eyes were filled with sadness and relief. For his brother, he was sad that he had to live alone from now on. For his brother, he was gratified that he could live from now on. Chapter 147. Holding his brother, Itachi walked out of his house step by step. Itachi couldn't help but look back at the place where he grew up. This is the place where he spent most of his time. but it's also the place where he will never be able to return to in his life. Itachi guessed in his heart that maybe he will never set foot in this area in his life. After all, whether it's the things that he cherished or those that accompanied him growing up, they were all destroyed by him. His steps were still firm. Everything he did in the future would be so that his younger brother could take charge and survive on his own. Even if the premise is that his brother will hate him and only want to get rid of him, it's fine. Everything is done, Itachi said to Danzo, who was standing opposite him. Very good. From now on, you will be the S-class ninja who betrayed Wood Leaf after destroying the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha. Wood Leaf will mobilize all forces to capture you. Danzo looked at Itachi and coldly made a judgment for him. At the same time, several root ninjas walked to the opposite side of Itachi and reached out to take Sasuke, who was in Itachi's arms. Remember your promise to me. Let Sasuke live a healthy and safe life. Itachi didn't immediately hand over his brother in his hands, but looked at Danzo to confirm the deal between them. That's for sure. I'll definitely do what I've promised you. Danzo didn't even look at Itachi and just said, you can go and confirm the death of my parents, but I want to take their bodies away. You can't violate them. Itachi said, but Danzo wasn't happy. Is this part of our deal? Those are my parents. I will not allow them to have their eyes gouged out like those Uchiha clan members who were slaughtered by you. Leave their bodies intact. I will take them away and bury them properly. This is my last request. Danzo waved his hand, and several root ninjas walked out. Go and confirm the death of Uchiha clan's clan head Uchiha Fugaku and his wife Uchiha Mikoto. Several root ninjas quickly disappeared, but a moment later, one of them walked to Danzo's side and whispered a few words to Danzo. The remaining root ninjas also came out with the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, but there was an obvious wound on their necks. Their throats were once again cut by the root ninjas to confirm their death. Remember, this is the only and last time you will act on your own initiative. Danzo looked at Itachi to warn him. Itachi didn't say anything. He just took his parents' bodies and brought them away, one in each hand. Looking at his parents' grave, it was already far away from the wood leaf. Whether it was Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Mikoto, there was no tombstone on their graves. It was just two lonely little mounds under such a big tree. Perhaps Itachi chose this place because he didn't want his parents to suffer the cruelty of the wind and rain even after they died. Looking at his parents' grave, Itachi was silent for a long time before leaving. Not long after Itachi left, several root ninjas came out to check the grave again. After confirming that it was indeed Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, they left this place. These root ninjas are really careful. They actually came to check again. Should I say that they are really worthy of being root ninjas? Nangongja also came out from the shadows and confirmed that there were no hidden sentries around. Nangongja began to dig out the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Carefully returning the grave to its original state, Nangongja took the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife to the Lion Clan's dimension. Who? Itachi felt an aura following him from behind. After confirming that he was far away from his parents' grave, Itachi called out to the figure that was following him. Hope, Nangongja can save my parents? Without giving Itachi more time to think, a huge pitcher plant appeared behind him. Looking at the black cover with red clouds on Zetsu's body, Itachi's eyes were a bit dazed. Seems that you know about us? Zetsu looked at Itachi's reaction and realized that Itachi actually knew about the organization he belonged to. When Nine Tails attacked the village, the Uchiha clan also had a detailed record. After all, whether it's the mysterious person who can arm wrestle with Yondaime Hokage or the 3 Tomo Sharingan mark in Nine Tails' eye socket, for the Uchiha clan, it's information that must be collected. Itachi didn't intend to lie to Zetsu. After all, a ninja of this level can distinguish whether a person is telling the truth or not. I didn't expect our organization to have reached such a prestigious level. Zetsu's words were strange. Obviously he was praising his organization, but there was a different kind of joking tone in his voice. Then, everything will be easy. Our organization is an organization that recruits all S-class ninjas. We take in all the ninjas who left the village and give them shelter. At the same time, they will also serve our organization when the organization needs them. Well, a ninja who betrayed the Wood Leaf and wiped out his own family must need our organization's protection. Right? Serve your organization, and you will provide me shelter? Itachi repeated the conditions proposed by Zetsu, and listening to Itachi's retelling, Zetsu nodded and gave an affirmation. How can you prove that you can shelter me? I betrayed the Wood Leaf. The crimes I have committed are enough for Konoha to issue the highest level of arrest warrant to the shinobi world. How to protect you? Can I? Zetsu didn't have time to speak. Another voice sounded. Although Itachi noticed that someone was following him early, it was just a subconscious reaction. When Zetsu came out, Itachi also carefully checked his surroundings again, but he didn't expect that there was someone hiding here. The person who came out had orange hair, and his face was decorated with strange black ornaments. Naturally, the person who came out was also wearing the Akatsuki's signature black cover with red clouds. The most peculiar thing was his eyes. There were circles of ripples distributed in his white eyes. Reincarnation. Eyes. Itachi couldn't help but say such a sentence. Chapter 148. Looking at Pain in front of him, even Itachi couldn't help but be in a trance at the moment. That's the eye of the legendary sage of the Six Paths, known as the ancestor of the shinobi world. In the mythical stories he has read since he was a child, this person's name will never be missing. Originally, Itachi thought that such a person was just a fictional character in the past, but now the eyes representing this mythical character appeared in front of him. Don't ask Itachi if he didn't suspect that this eye was fake, because the moment Pain came out, the majestic momentum and the suppression from the bloodline appeared in Itachi's heart, and it was difficult to dispel. How about it? As the successor of Sage of the Six Paths, do I have enough qualifications to shelter you? Pain's eyes narrowed, like a god looking down at his believers who were prostrating at his feet. It was obviously a question, but it was full of a kind of undeniable majesty. Itachi knew that he had lost the right to veto. As long as he still wants to live, as long as he still wants to watch his brother grow step by step, then he has to crawl at the feet of such a godlike character. But Itachi is not willing. Itachi's pride does not allow him to crawl at the feet of others. Ha! Itachi's mouth made a low roar, and a powerful chakra burst out of his body. In an instant, he broke through Pain's momentum lock. I don't want to give in to anyone anymore. Amaterasu. The triangular pinwheel in Itachi's eyes rotated quickly, and even his eyes seemed to be overwhelmed and began to shed a line of blood tears. You? Seeing that Itachi seemed to want to resist, Zetsu couldn't stand it anymore. It was him who suggested to pull Itachi into his organization, but now Itachi started to resist without giving him face. Zetsu took a step forward and seemed to be about to attack. But just as Zetsu took the first step, Pain stretched out a hand and stopped him. Humph! It doesn't matter. Since he wants to understand my strength well, then I will give him this opportunity. Only in this way can he really be convinced. Let's work hard for our goals. Even in the face of the attack of Manjikyu Sharingan, the evolved form of Sharingan, Pain still looked calm. It's like a house cat naughtily wants to catch its owner, and the owner is just waiting for a good time to kick it hard to let it know the majesty of the owner. Ignored. Even if he has the Manjikyu Sharingan, this godlike man standing in front of him still looks down on him like this. Itachi didn't lose control of his emotions, but being despised by others, he will be very angry, let alone Itachi, who has been regarded as a genius since he was a child. A black flame floated out along Itachi's line of sight and attacked Pain at an extremely fast speed. God! God! Pain stretched out a hand, but there wasn't the slightest chakra fluctuation. Of pain, of pain, of pain. Then heaven and earth seemed to listen to Pain's command. A strong, repulsive force appeared out of nowhere. The Amaterasu, which was shapeless to begin with, had taken on the shape of a black flame because it had swallowed everything around it, was repelled by the repulsive force. It landed on a nearby tree and swallowed the tree mercilessly. "Are you convinced?" Pain asked indifferently, but Itachi didn't say a word, just took out a few kunai. With his proficient kunai throwing technique, he threw them at Pain. "It seems that you still don't understand my power. Shinra Tensei." The power just now was activated again, and several kunai were bounced away in an instant. Itachi was surprised. Such a heaven-defying skill was actually released so easily? He thought that the reason why Pain was able to bounce his Amaterasu was because he had already made the hand seals of this powerful ninjutsu in advance. But now the situation is simply instant ninjutsu. 10,000. Elephant. God. Guide. Pain stretched out his palm again and aimed at Itachi. Unlike the strong repulsive force just now, this time Pain made a strong gravitational force. Even if Itachi tried his best to break free from the attraction of gravity, standing on the ground was still a drop in the bucket. After a short struggle, Itachi was attracted to it. Pain's palm grabbed Itachi's neck fiercely, and Itachi stared directly at Pain's eyes. "Are you wondering why your genjutsu didn't work?" Itachi was slightly surprised, because what Pain said at the moment was also what he wanted to ask the most. As a ninja, Itachi's strongest is never ninjutsu or taijutsu, but under the blessing of Sharingan, almost no one can resist genjutsu. Just now, Itachi looked directly at Pain's eyes for 2 seconds. Even people with high genjutsu resistance will fall into Itachi's genjutsu at this moment. He saw himself turning into a cluster of crows and flying around. But Pain didn't have any abnormality at all. He was not affected by genjutsu at all. Itachi's heart became fierce, and the triangular pinwheels in his eyes began to spin quickly. A purple flame rose from Itachi's body, and in a moment, it had turned into a huge skeleton dyed with purple chakra flames. The skeleton held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and Itachi's height was instantly raised. From a high place, he looked down at Pain, who was standing at the foot of the giant he summoned. Susanoo, the secret of Manjikyu Sharingan that appears after a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is used to the extreme. Looking at the huge skeleton standing in front of him, Pain muttered softly. Although the voice was very small, it still reached Itachi's ears. This move was imprinted in his mind after he awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. Although he was not proficient, Itachi still used it. Such a thing, Pain, who is not a member of the Uchiha clan, is actually more clear than the Uchiha clan. When he first saw Pain before, there was a faint suppression from the bloodline in his heart. Itachi had some speculations in his heart. There is definitely an unknown relationship between Sharingan and Rinnegan. But at this moment, Itachi didn't have time to think about these things at all. Instead, he manipulated the huge skeleton outside his body, Susanoo, to raise the giant sword in his hand. It slashed fiercely towards Pain. Chapter 149. The huge sword, under the control of Susanoo, slashed towards Pain, who was standing at his feet. Itachi could feel that he had hit the target, and the huge force even stirred up the dust in the sky. But Zetsu, who was watching the battle from the side, didn't react at all. He seemed to be very confident in the leader of his organization. Under such an attack, as the leader of his organization, he would never fail, and the facts seemed to be on Zetsu's side. After the smoke and dust settled, everything was displayed in front of everyone. Pain actually relied on his own pair of palms to directly take the full force of Susanoo's attack, and even the ground under his feet was not affected in the slightest. The 1 meter square ground under his feet stood alone on the ground like a pillar, lifting Pain high like a god. Other than that, the height of the ground dropped by at least a meter. In fact, it was not appropriate to say that Pain took the attack of Susanoo with his own hands, because the giant sword in Susanoo's hand was about 5 or 6 centimeters away from Pain's palm. The huge repulsive force and the power of the giant sword of Susanoo offset each other, confronting each other like this. Impossible. This was the first sentence after the real battle between Itachi and Pain began, and the tone of their words was full of disbelief. No, all of this is real, because I have the eyes of God. I was sent to the world by God to reshape everything and bring peace to the world. When Pain said this sentence, his mood was no longer as indifferent as before. There was a sense of madness in his eyes, which was a kind of fanatical belief in himself. If such a person was pulled to other places, he would definitely be scolded as mentally ill, and then be sent to the local mental hospital for treatment. But Itachi couldn't refute this person's words at all. Whether it was this person's eyes or this person's power, it was just as Pain said. He was God, a God who was really different from ordinary human beings. Looking at Itachi's eyes, Pain knew that the proud man in front of him had actually been conquered by him. The corner of his mouth pulled out a stiff smile, which made Zetsu, who was standing next to him, stunned. This Pain actually smiled? Even though it was still so stiff, it was a genuine smile on his face. It was incredible. It's time to end this. Pain looked at the giant sword in front of him and seemed to be a little impatient. Thus, he gently raised his hand, as if he was holding up a ball of cotton, and raised the huge sword high into the air. Shinra Tensei, the huge repulsive force struck again, overturning Susanoo and its sword to the ground. Just now, Pain still didn't use his strongest power. This was Itachi's last thought before he fainted. After that, he fell into a deep coma. Zu ran to Pain's side and hugged Itachi in his arms. Pain, who was next to him, also disappeared in a few flashes. Only Zu, who was standing in the same place, looked at Itachi in her arms. After that, she brought Itachi into the ground and disappeared. Only the huge pit on the ground and the giant tree that was still burning with black fire proved that there was an unusually fierce battle here just now. But the wood leaf barrier class ninjas had to go so far to seal such an unknown black fire. Not far from the battlefield, two figures were hiding in a giant tree made of paper. Nagato stood in a strange container. His whole body was skinny, and there were several terrible black iron rods on his back. Conan, who had purple hair with a white paper flower on it, looked at Nagato in front of her and couldn't help but ask, although this Itachi does have some potential, recruiting him will also improve the strength of our organization. But, Nagato, why are you so happy? Yes, at this moment, Nagato's face was actually a little bit smiling. Unlike the stiff smile on Pain's face, Nagato had a very natural smile at this moment. If you ignore his dry hair and thin face, presumably this smile will be a little warmer, right? Conan, this Uchiha clansman unconsciously reminds me of Yahiko. The same strong, the same sacrificial spirit. In fact, it's not so important whether I can recruit him into our organization or not. It's just that his image in my heart gradually overlaps with Yahiko's, as long as he's in our organization. I will always think of Yahiko, the original intention of our Akatsuki, and my current goal. When Conan heard Yahiko's name, there was a deep sadness in her eyes. Whether it was Yahiko's body that was made into Pain Tendo's body, or Itachi, who was now recruited, Nagato gave her a warning. She didn't forget her original intention, and with Yahiko's dream, she wanted to turn this world into the dream of the three of them when they were children. A world without worries, without disputes, without war. However, Conan still faintly asked herself in her heart, even if Nagato has the Rinnegan, even if he has the help of the Uchiha Madara, can they really create such an illusory and unreal world? Conan didn't have the answer in her heart, but she still firmly looked at Nagato next to her. In any case, she has lost Yahiko, and she absolutely can't lose Nagato. Since Nagato has decided to carry out such a plan, then all she can do is try her best to help him. Even if she can't, she must try her best to protect him and keep him away from danger. Conan has never believed in this whimsical plan, nor did she believe in the masked man who has been hiding himself. Conan just wanted to protect Nagato, that's all. She had no other demands. When Itachi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a crypt. The surroundings were a little dark, with only a few oil lamps hanging on the walls, providing a little bit of light to the crypt. A figure stood in front of him, holding a robe, a ring, and a hat decorated with several small bells that covered his entire face. A head of orange hair and eyes with circles of ripples was enough to prove who the person standing in front of him was. It was the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, who he couldn't do anything to. Chapter 150. There was no need for the author to retell what happened later. Facing Pain, who had no power to resist, Itachi could only silently accept the Akatsuki uniform. On the other side, in the Lion Clan's different dimension, Nangongja stood in the hut originally built by Mashiro, looking at the Uchiha Fugaku couple lying quietly on the bed. His face was a little worried, because in the beginning, although Itachi's attack was heavy, there was still room to save them. When Nangongja took out the bodies of the Uchiha couple from the simple grave built by Itachi, he also found the wound that was later added by the root ninja. This wound was a bit tricky. Nangongja didn't dare to guarantee that his sister could save these two people. Finally, Nangong-ro stopped treating the Uchiha couple. "How is it?" Nangongja immediately asked anxiously. "The situation is not optimistic." Nangong-ro's words made Nangongja's heart sink. This is not a good omen. But fortunately, they took the turtle-breathing pill in advance, and Big Brother, you brought them here. I have now stitched up their wounds, but they can't leave the Lion Clan's different dimension for a long time. After all, the natural energy in the air of the ninja world is too thin compared to the Lion Clan's different dimension, and all kinds of bacteria may cause secondary damage to their bodies, so they need to recuperate for a while. Nangongja knew that his goal has actually been achieved. As long as the lives of the Uchiha couple are saved, he can stand on the same side as Itachi Uchiha. All kinds of plans in the future will be possible to be carried out. How long will it take for them to wake up? Nangongja asked his sister. This is not certain because, strictly speaking, they are still in a critical period. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already become vegetative, but considering the physical advantage of the ninja and the innate spiritual power of the Uchiha clan, they should wake up in 3 to 5 days. Nangong-ro made a comprehensive analysis of the physical condition of the Uchiha couple and made a judgment. Well, let's wait for them to wake up and talk about other things. In fact, time passed so quickly, but in just 5 days, the Uchiha couple has already woken up. At this moment, the two can't eat normal food, so they can only eat a little liquid food. But they can still talk to each other. What's the situation of the Uchiha family now? After Uchiha Fugaku woke up, he began to ask Nangongja the question he was most concerned. Strictly speaking, the Uchiha clan doesn't exist anymore. In the knowledge of the ninja world, now the Uchiha clan is only left with Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke. Now, counting you and Uchiha Yuri Koyuri who I brought here, the Uchiha clan should be only 5 people left. As for those who were not in the Uchiha base during the night of the extermination, I believe that Danzo will not let them go. Nangongja didn't sympathize with Uchiha Fugaku's mood so gently, but he said so cruelly to Fugaku. In fact, Fugaku didn't have much expectation that Uchiha could survive. But when Nangongja directly told him the reality, it was inevitable that his heart sank, and his mood was a little depressed. Sigh, well. It's good that Sasuke and Itachi can survive. Makoto seemed to see that her husband was actually very uncomfortable, so she stretched out her hand and grabbed her husband's hand. Look at it, at least our children are still alive. And there is a little girl who was lucky enough to escape such a dangerous situation. Right? Fugaku suddenly said to Nangongja, "Can you also call the little girl named Yuri Koyuri?" Although Yuri Koyuri originally belonged to the conservative faction in the Uchiha clan, these insignificant factions have long been meaningless. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku called Yuri Koyuri, nothing more than to tell Yuri Koyuri some secrets about the Uchiha clan. Whether it was Nangongja or Nangong-ro, they have already seen through this. So after the two called Yuri Koyuri, they didn't go in but chatted outside. Oniai-san, this time you and Danzo fell out. In fact, it can be regarded as a disguised form of falling out with Woodleaf. Even if you really go back to Woodleaf, presumably the estrangement between you two will be extremely deep. Oniai-san, what are you going to do? In fact, Nangong-ro has been thinking about this problem since her brother brought Uchiha Fugaku and his wife to the Lion Clan's different space. But because of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife's injuries, she didn't have time to ask her brother these questions. Now, she finally took advantage of the fact that Uchiha Fugaku was going to talk to Yuri Koyuri, so she asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. In fact, it's not as serious as you think. It's true that this time I fell out with Woodleaf, but it doesn't mean that I fell out with 3 generations Hokage and a group of ninjas I met in Woodleaf. Woodleaf seems very open, but in fact, they are still vigilant in the face of people like me who have the strength to join Woodleaf. Since I began to stand out on the battlefield, I don't know how many people began to secretly send a lot of people to watch us. So, from the beginning, our relationship with Woodleaf was not as close as you think. If I have to use words to describe it, I'm more like a mercenary recruited by Woodleaf. Working for Woodleaf, Woodleaf provides me with a certain amount of protection. Danzo and 3 generations have always been at odds. This time, because of various interests, they cooperated to deal with the Uchiha clan. This time, although I completely stood on the opposite side of Danzo, but in the battle between the 2 sides, didn't I firmly push myself to the side of 3 generations? Nangongja said a lot, but in the end, what he meant was that he only fell out with Danzo on the surface, but he was still in an ambiguous state with 3 generations. So Woodleaf will not be in a hostile state with him at all. Then, brother, do you still want to go back to Woodleaf? As soon as the words came out, Nangong felt that she asked a stupid question, because although Nangongja and Woodleaf did not completely go against each other, but in this situation, if he still went back, wouldn't he be in a hurry to be looked down upon? Nangongja did not answer his sister's question, but looked down at the god's retribution sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth slightly drooped, as if he had made a decision. Chapter 151. Nangongja opened a scroll in his hand and a crow psychic beast appeared on his shoulder. Nangongja put his mouth close to the crow and whispered a few words. Then, he reached out his hand and patted the crow's head. The crow then flew off from Nangongja's shoulder and went to find its master. That's right. At this moment, Nangongja had already left the Lion Clan space. He also sent the information about Itachi Uchiha's parents to Itachi. Could be said that he had completed a small task that he had to complete. Then, Nangongja looked at his surroundings, and a slight bitter smile appeared on his face. Why is there no other place besides the forest around me? Nangongja still felt that he wouldn't be able to see anything clearly if he stood on the ground. Thus, he gathered his internal force and attached it to the soles of his feet, allowing him to quickly run to the top of the tallest tree around him. The wind slightly blew the treetops, causing Nangongja to slightly sway along with the treetops. This place was so desolate that it was a bit scary. He could only faintly see a wisp of smoke slowly floating up from the end of the sky. It was true. This place was not close to Nangongja. Even with Nangongja's leg strength, he estimated that he would need to run at full speed for nearly 10 minutes to reach this place. Senior banishment, why didn't he just tell me where I was? Yet, he only gave me such a vague location, and then pretentiously told me, "The sword will guide you in the right direction." At that time, I was too embarrassed to tell Senior Lijo about it. It was really too different from his style. Woodleaf finally understood the Uchiha matter. Nangongja's mood also slightly relaxed. He actually had the energy to joke about the genius who had taught him before banishment. However, Nangongja still very obediently pulled out the tribulation sword in his hand from its scabbard and used the tip of the sword to sweep the surroundings. He very seriously felt the fluctuations from the tribulation sword. This is the place. Nangongja's eyes, which were originally tightly shut, suddenly opened and looked in a certain direction. It was the place where the smoke was rising from. Nangongja's ankle shook and released a wave of energy. Nangongja was like a huge bird flying across the sky. Soon, Nangongja arrived at the place where the smoke was rising. To Nangongja's surprise, this place was not like what Nangongja had imagined. It was not a small settlement with only a few families. Instead, it had a large population. Nangongja took 2 steps forward and sat down in a very simple-looking straw hut. "Sir, may I know what you would like to order?" Soon, a waiter dressed as a waiter walked to Nangongja's side. Although he was greeting him, there was a bit of awkwardness in his voice. It was obvious that this small town did not have many outsiders, so the waiter and Nangong had some difficulty talking to each other. I'm also new here, so I'm not too familiar with what you have. Why don't you just give me your best wine and some side dishes? Nangong said very casually. Ever since he had cultivated with the banishment for a period of time, Nangong had become more and more addicted to the temptation of wine. Since he had come to a new place, he naturally had to try some of the local wine. Although this was a small town, wasn't it very normal to have good wine in the alleys? Nangong put the Heaven's Tribulation sword in his hand on the table. The sound made the waiter slightly look sideways. The waiter was originally worried that his table would be damaged by Nangong, but after seeing the Heaven's Tribulation sword, he couldn't help but stare. Seeing that the waiter was in a daze in front of him, Nangong coughed slightly, pulling the waiter's thoughts back to reality. Sorry, almost no one here practices martial arts, so when you put the sword on the table, I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The waiter tried hard to explain his behavior, and Nangong also looked at the waiter deeply, then laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. The weapon I use is rarely used in the entire ninja world. It doesn't matter if you look at it a few more times. Go. Bring my wine and side dishes first." The waiter nodded, then took a few steps back and walked to the side of the shopkeeper, who looked a little old standing next to the counter. He put his mouth close to the shopkeeper's ear and whispered a few words. The shopkeeper also opened his eyes. After glancing at Nangong, he waved his hand and seemed to agree with the waiter's proposal. This wine shop is not simple. Nangong already had some thoughts in his mind. Since it was a place that Banishment Senpai told him, it naturally wouldn't be that simple. So Nangong paid more attention to everything around him. The waiter quickly put Nangong's side dishes on the table. It was very simple, just a dish of stir-fried vegetables and a plate of fried peanuts. But Nangong's wine took a long time to be brought over by the waiter. There was some soil on the wine jar, and the red paper was wrapped in the soil. This was obviously a jar of aged wine that had been stored in the cellar for a long time. Nangong looked at the wine jar, and the faint trace of unhappiness in his heart was thrown away. "Waiter, this wine is..." Drinking wine was never as simple as drinking it, and Nangong knew that it was like this. Generally speaking, when he saw wine that he had never seen before, Nangong would ask the seller to briefly introduce the brewing process and storage method. Anyway, it was just a brief introduction, and no one would hide anything. At this moment, Nangong's habit was acting up. "Sir, if you ask me when and how this wine was brewed, I really can't answer at all. Because since I was young, this wine jar has been buried in the backyard of our wine shop. I vaguely heard the shopkeeper say that there was no one who could brew this kind of wine. Drinking a jar means there is one less jar. So this wine jar has always been buried. Just now, I told the shopkeeper that you wanted to drink wine, and the shopkeeper looked at you and felt that you were also a wine lover. That's why he asked me to take out this jar of wine." As the waiter spoke, the shopkeeper had already arrived beside Nangong. He glanced at the Heaven's Calamity sword that Nangong had placed on the table, and quickly looked away. He said to Nangong, "Don't listen to this nonsense. Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. What kind of eyes do I have to be able to tell whether a person likes wine or not? It's just that I suddenly thought of the taste of this wine, and I couldn't help but crave it. But this kid is a drunkard, so I wanted to drink a few cups with you." Chapter 152. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the waiter shut his mouth and could not help but smile. He stood to the side and gently poked the red paper that sealed the wine. A strong wine aroma spread out from the wine jar. After Nangong smelled the wine aroma, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not say anything. He just quietly watched the waiter put the wine in the wine jar into a slightly rough white porcelain jug using a bamboo container. The shopkeeper also stood up and took out a pair of wine glasses made of jasper from the shabby counter. It was obviously a shabby wine shop, but there was a pair of expensive wine glasses. It was really strange. When I drink ordinary wine, I usually don't bear to take out this pair of ancestral jasper glasses. However, Today's wine must be served with a jasper glass to truly appreciate its color and taste. The shopkeeper took the 2 jasper glasses and walked to the small table where Nangongzhe was sitting. One glass was placed in front of Nangongzhe, and the other glass was placed in front of him. Nangongzhe picked up the glass and gently rubbed it with his hand. The wonderful touch of the jasper and the slightly cold feeling passed through his fingertips to Nangongzhe's heart. Although this pair of glasses had been kept by the shopkeeper, they were usually not used. However, it was obvious that the shopkeeper would take them out from time to carefully maintain them. It was enough to show the shopkeeper's love for them. The waiter held the white porcelain jug and stood beside Nangongzhe. Nangongzhe also understood and put the glass in his hand on the table. Perhaps the white porcelain jug had been heated before. The wine that was poured out emitted wisps of smoke in the slightly cold air. After the wine was heated, the aroma of the wine was even more obvious. Young friend, it's rare for wine lovers to gather together. Why don't we have a drink together? The shopkeeper raised his glass and said to Nangongzhe, "All right, in this ninja world, most people like the tasteless sake. Although sake also had its own taste, I liked this kind of aged wine. It wasn't because of its rich taste. It's just because it suits me the most." Nangongzhe took his blanket and gently touched the blanket in the shopkeeper's hand. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they slowly took a sip from the wine glass in their hands. The cold feeling of the jasper and the warm feeling of the wine merged into one, giving a different kind of experience. This wine, actually, Nangongzhe had drunk it before. He had even drunk it quite a few times, but Nangongzhe did not show it. With good wine in front of them, they naturally had to drink before talking about other things. The 2 of them had simple dishes to go with the wine and started to drink together. Gradually, it seemed that the alcohol was taking effect. The shopkeeper, who looked a little old, had a dazed look in his eyes as he stroked his beard that almost reached his chest. When the ancients drank, they were often full of literary interest. From time to time, they would sing and write lyrics. This old man's talent is not high, so naturally, I can't write a lot of beautiful poems like the ancients. But I have heard a few words, which can be regarded as singing the mind of the people who drink. If the guest doesn't mind, this old man will also show his incompetence. Nangongzhe naturally wouldn't stop him, so he nodded and motioned the shopkeeper to sing. Ha ha ha. Then this old man will show his incompetence. Don't you see, the water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. Don't you see, the bright mirror of the hall is sad. White hair in the morning is like black hair in the evening. The more the shopkeeper sang, the more passionate he became. His voice, which was a little hoarse, was now more vigorous and tragic. Nangongzhe was also affected by the shopkeeper's singing. He took the bamboo chopsticks in his hand and tapped the jasper cup in his hand. Whether it was the human voice or the tapping sound, it formed an indescribable harmony. As the feelings of the 2 became more and more agitated, an invisible force began to spread out uncontrollably. Even the shabby wine shed was affected by the 2 of them. Some of the dust in the corners that couldn't be cleaned were stirred up by the force and scattered down. However, the force was maintained in the wine shop and didn't spread out at all. The waiter, who was standing by the side and adding wine for the 2 of them, wasn't frightened by such a strange scene at all. On the contrary, he was still very calm. With a smile, he held the wine pot and looked at the 2 people who were singing in front of him. This song wasn't considered long. Even if the 2 of them were singing softly and at a slower speed, there was still a time when it ended. Who will be exchanged for good wine, and with you, we will quell the worries of eternity. When the shopkeeper sang the last line, his voice had clearly stopped, but his voice still echoed in the tavern. The word worries seemed to contain an unusual force. It echoed for a long time and didn't dissipate. Wine, this is indeed good wine. Nangongzhe raised the cup that still had a little bit of wine in it and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he looked at the shopkeeper and chuckled. This person is also a wonderful person. That's right. As Nangongzhe expected, the shopkeeper wasn't simple at all. When the shopkeeper started to sing, Nangongja felt that the shopkeeper began to emit a force that was different from chakra. This force was the inner strength that Nangongja was very familiar with. Therefore, Nangongja cooperated with the shopkeeper and began to inject his inner strength into the bamboo chopsticks in his hand. While he was tapping the wine cup, Nangongja was also using the tapping sound to test the shopkeeper. The strength of the two of them began to increase, and their strength began to resonate with each other. In the beginning, the two of them were still able to control it and restrain the resonance. However, in the end, the strength became stronger and stronger. The two of them could only restrain a part of their strength and watch as the excess energy dissipated and began to affect the wine shop. However, there seemed to be a barrier around the wine shop that could block the inner strength. Therefore, the strength of the two of them continued to reverberate in this small area of the wine shop. The shopkeeper wasn't an ordinary person, and so was the waiter. If an ordinary person received the impact of the resonance formed by the strength of the shopkeeper and Nangongja, they would definitely suffer some internal injuries. If their body was better, they would just not vomit blood on the spot. However, the waiter still acted naturally during this period. From time to time, he would add wine to the cups in Nangongja and the shopkeeper's hands. He seemed excessively normal. Ha ha ha. This wine, I'm sure you've already recognized it, right? If you can't recognize it, you can't be considered the successor of that existence. The shopkeeper looked at Nangongja and placed the wine cup in his hand in front of his nose. He sniffed lightly and asked Nangongja. Chapter 153. Nangongja didn't pay attention to what the shopkeeper said. He just put the wine cup to his mouth and drank the remaining wine in the cup. He took the Heaven's Disaster Sword that he had just put on the table, stood up, and held the Heaven's Disaster Sword horizontally in front of his chest. He said to the shopkeeper and the waiter, "Here is the Heaven's Disaster Sword, everyone of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Greet the head." That's right. The shopkeeper and the waiter were actually the backup left by the banishment for Nangongja. They belonged to the banishment's faction, the Bloodcloth Pavilion. The ultimate purpose of Nangongja coming here was to conquer this organization. The old wine that the shopkeeper took out for Nangongja was the wine in the green jade gourd, left by the banishment for Nangongja. It was also the favorite wine of the banishment, the drunken immortal wine. When the shopkeeper and the waiter saw Nangongja's posture, they knelt on the ground without saying a word. They said respectfully, "Greetings, Supreme Sword. Supreme Sword. It seems that the two of you don't recognize my strength. You only worship the sword, but not the person." Nangongja smiled slightly, although there was some tension in his heart. But he didn't immediately attack, he just said with a somewhat unfriendly tone. In fact, Nangongja knew that even if he really came here with the Heaven's Disaster Sword, they wouldn't immediately kneel. They wouldn't immediately bow their heads and kowtow to him. Instead, they offered their loyalty without hesitation. The Bloodcloth Pavilion was actually a kind of force that was close to being hidden from the world. Unless it was a real threat to their survival, they wouldn't appear in the world. This was also the reason why there was no news about the Bloodcloth Pavilion in the ninja world. Guest, you must be joking. Although our Bloodcloth Pavilion is not a tyrannical force in the ninja world. However, we can't just directly worship a person who wields the Heavenly Tribulation Sword as our head disciple. If your excellency can be recognized, then it is only right and proper for you to be the head. However, if your excellency is unable to obtain recognition, then we will naturally provide your excellency with some help when your excellency needs it. The person who spoke was naturally the shopkeeper who was happily drinking with Nangongja just now. Recognition? Nangongja repeated the important words that the shopkeeper mentioned. The Blood Cloak Pavilion is a faction founded by a legendary inner force cultivator, the Banishment of Banishment. After the death of the Banishment ancestor, the Blood Cloak Pavilion has always been empty. The altar masters of the subordinate 5-element altars would discuss and decide the matters of the Bloodclad Pavilion. Since you want to sit at the head of the table, the Heavenly Tribulation Sword is naturally an important factor. But Your Excellency still needs the approval of the 5 Elemental Sanctum's altar masters, right? The shopkeeper smiled and said to Nangongja, "Then I wonder which altar master of the 5 element altars is the shopkeeper?" Although Nangongja can't be said to be standing at the top of the ninja world, he can be regarded as one of the top few people in the ninja world. The strength of a Kage-level ninja is not just for show. When the shopkeeper and Nangongja were drinking, Nangongja had already sensed the shopkeeper's specific strength. At the very least, the shopkeeper was comparable to an elite jonin in the ninja world, and if an inner force cultivator mastered a decent martial art, they could be comparable to a Kage-level ninja. A person with this kind of strength would be an extremely powerful high-end force in any force. Thank you for your praise. This old man is now the altar master of the Blood Cloak Pavilion's Blue Wood altar. Those of us who have reached the altar master level have abandoned our original names according to the rules. The name of the altar is my name. You can just call this old man Qing Mu. Blue Wood altar. Nangongja looked at the shopkeeper in front of him. No, it should be the old man called Blue Wood now, and he had some thoughts in his mind. In that case, Blue Wood altar master, please take me to see the other 4 altar masters of the 5 element altars. Don't worry, don't worry. Old man Qing Mu stretched out his hand and waved it slightly, indicating for Nangongja not to be so anxious. Although my blood clothing pavilion is a hidden force, there are still all kinds of trivial matters. It will take time to gather all the altar masters scattered all over the ninja world. Just now, this old man has sent a message to the other altar masters. Presumably, they will pay special attention to the appearance of the descendant of the banishment sect. It will take some time for them to arrive here, so it would be better for you to rest for a few days under this old man's arrangement. When all the altar masters come back, this old man will naturally take you to see the other altar masters of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. What Blue Wood said was actually very reasonable. After all, the Blood Cloak Pavilion was considered a large organization. The leaders of these organizations naturally wouldn't stay in such a remote place and wait for the descendant of the banishment sect to come to them. Therefore, Blue Wood's words could be trusted. Sorry, I'm being rude. Since Blue Wood Altar Master has already made a plan, then I will naturally wait for the other altar masters to come back and discuss many things. It's naturally best that you can understand. After saying that, Blue Wood Altar Master called the waiter who had just poured wine for Nangongja and Blue Wood Altar Master. Go and take Sir Nangong to a place to rest. The waiter nodded and went to Nangongja. He stretched out his hand and said respectfully, "Please come with me." Nangongja nodded and walked in the direction that the waiter was pointing at. He just took a deep look at Blue Wood Altar Master and left without saying anything. From the beginning to the end, Nangongja had never revealed his name. However, Blue Wood Altar Master directly called out Nangongja's surname, which was enough to prove that the Blood Cloak Pavilion actually had a certain amount of knowledge about him. Nangongja had participated in the Third Shinobi World War, and he had never hidden the Tribulation Sword in his hand. With the Tribulation Sword's outstanding appearance, it wasn't difficult for people to remember it. However, whether it was Blue Wood Altar Master or Blue Wood Altar Master, neither of them were that enthusiastic about Nangongja. They knew that Nangongja had their founder's Tribulation Sword, but they never tried to contact Nangongja. Looking at Nangongja's figure leaving, Blue Wood Altar Master sighed meaningfully. He then sat in front of the table, picked up the jade cup with the drunken immortal wine, and slowly drank alone. Sigh, Nangongja? It's not that easy to become the head of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. I'm old, and I don't have that much ambition. But the rest, it's really hard to say. Chapter 154. Following the waiter, Nangongja arrived at a small courtyard not far from the wine shop. The small courtyard wasn't very big. It only had 2 small rooms and a slightly smaller courtyard. Sorry, the conditions here aren't very good, but we have people to clean it up every day, so please stay here for a few days, the waiter said to Nangongja embarrassedly. One had to know that Nangongja was a ninja. Even the weakest ninja's annual income was enough to cover 10 years of living expenses for an ordinary person. Very few ninjas would worry about money. Of course, ninjas also spent a lot of money. Whether it was herbs used to regulate the body, training, or ninja tools, the cost was still very high. Nan Gongzhi looked around, shook his head, and said to the waiter, "It's nothing. This place is much better than the place I lived in before I came to Woodleaf. Although it's a small room, isn't it also a good place?" Although this place looked a bit too simple, whether it was the simple structure of the house, the bluestone tiles in the courtyard, or the few trees that weren't very big, the layout was very pleasant. After Nan Gongzhi came in, he also felt that it was more comfortable than the luxurious Changi Alley courtyard he lived in when he was investigating the Woodleaf. "It's great that you can understand. You must have spent a lot of time here, and your body must be a bit tired. I won't disturb you, have a good rest. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll inform you when the other altar masters come back." As the waiter said this, Nan Gongzhi also nodded. He signaled the waiter to go do his own things. Seeing the waiter close the courtyard door, Nan Gongzhi sat on the edge of a small stone table in the courtyard. One of his fingers tapped on the stone table from time to time. It seems that after these years, the Bloodcloth Pavilion has begun to become less pure than when the Banishment Elders first established it. This is very normal, as long as the power of an organization is not bad. After losing their original founder, who was strong enough to control everyone in the Asia server, they would inevitably have to face the adjustment and integration of their internal power to find the best configuration that can allow the organization to continue. The Banishment Elders have left the ninja world for many years. The Bloodcloth Pavilion, as an organization, has not been divided and dissipated until now is already a very good thing. As the pride of the ninja world, the Woodleaf village has only been established for a few decades, but the big and small power struggles have already begun to appear on the surface. If Sandaime-sama wasn't such a person, coupled with the fact that the name of the Land of Fire gave Konoha some pressure, coupled with the fact that the Shinobi World Wars broke out from time to time over the years, Woodleaf, can they survive until now? Moreover, the current Konoha can be said to be under the control of the third Hokage with his own means to suppress a few restless organizations that want to emerge. Once the Sandaime dies, Konoha will be in chaos. When the waiter arrived at the wine shop, he reported to the shopkeeper about the arrangement of the Nan Gongzhi and was sent away by the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper walked to the depths of the wine shop, a small compartment usually used for rest. He gently turned a vase on the table, and a hidden door opened on the wall beside him with a series of mechanical sounds. He took out a small and delicate token from his pocket and placed it on a small table in the secret room. For screens appeared on the wall opposite the small table, which was still in darkness. On the 4 screens there were different people. "Aoki, you are here?" A person wearing a yellow shirt with a simple and honest face said to Aoki. "Hutu. And everyone must be waiting anxiously, right?" Aoki still looked as amiable as ever as he spoke to the people on the screen. "It's nothing, after all. None of us expected that the successor of the senpai would come to us at this time." A woman wearing an aqua-green dress said. She looked about 24 or 25 years old. "Bai Shui, what you're saying is wrong. After all, he's the famous Yama of Konoha, the king of Konoha. Once he joins us, it will undoubtedly improve the strength of our organization. Why do you look like you want to cry but have no tears?" The person who spoke looked very heroic, and his short hair was mixed with a few strands of golden hair. "Humph! If he knows what's good for him and wants to use his name, then so be it. However, if he really intends to interfere in the internal affairs of our Blood Garment Pavilion, then we really have to let him know that strength isn't everything. You still need to know your limits." His fiery red hair seemed to have given him a fiery temper as well. With just a few words, the other altar masters were instantly rendered speechless. They didn't know how to continue the conversation. That's right. The people here were the 5 altar lords of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. "Well, Bai Shui, Ruijin, Hutu, Akame, don't quarrel over such meaningless words. No matter what, the boy named Nan Gongzhi has come here. What we have to discuss is nothing more than the manner in which we are to treat him. Now, if we are not being overly passive, then it is meaningless to keep talking tough. After all, Aoki was the oldest person among them and could be regarded as the senior of the other altar lords, so they had to give him face. However, after they stopped talking, they began to fall into a long silence. Suddenly, a superior appeared above their heads, which was very difficult to deal with. Altar Lord Aoki, I wonder how strong Nangongja is now. After all, it has been 3 years since this person made a move in public, and now he is in a period of rapid growth, so his strength is naturally changing with each passing day. We have to have some understanding of his strength before we can make a judgment based on this information. The altar lord of Bai Shui altar, who was in charge of collecting information, asked Aoki, who was in contact with Nangongja, from the aspect she was in charge of. That's right, Nangongja had been in Wood Leaf Village for 3 years, almost in seclusion at the Ninja Academy. Previously, Danzo had kidnapped Nangongja's family and had a conflict with them within Root's sphere of influence. With Danzo's personality, he would naturally keep it a secret. As for the information of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, in fact, there was only information about Nangongja from 3 years ago. The information in Wood Leaf Village was not so easy to obtain. Chapter 155. Nangongja's Strength. When Aoki heard Bai Shui's words, he began to recall the scene of him and Nangongja testing each other in the tavern. To be honest, I'm not sure what level Nangongja's strength is at. I don't think I've reached the peak of his strength yet. 3 years ago, Nangongja was already a jonin of the Wood Leaf sect. When he used his full strength, he could even compete with some of the older jonins. The strength of the altar lords is about the same. We're all the stronger jonins. However, everyone's techniques are different, and so are their characteristics. Our Greenwood Altar's internal energy cultivation method is one of the more vigorous internal energy cultivation methods. But the combat strength is not very high. However, when I was testing Nangongja, the two of us were only using the most primitive internal energy to fight against each other. Even in the area I'm most proficient in, I don't think I can compete with him. That was because I had already used almost all of my strength, but Nangongja still looked relaxed. I can't see through him. Just as Aoki said, Aoki's combat strength might not be the strongest among the altar lords. However, when it came to internal strength, no one could compete with him. Although internal strength wasn't a direct reflection of one's combat strength, it was an important measure of one's combat strength. Did he achieve a huge breakthrough in strength? Altar Lord Rue Jin's beautiful eyebrows were slightly knitted together. After a moment of silence, Rue Jin made a guess that shocked even himself. Could it be that this young man has already merged his mind, technique, and body into one and broke through his limits to reach the Hotian stage? How many years has it been since someone broke through to the Xiantian stage? Although we're all half-step Xiantian, it's so close yet so far. How could such a young man break through to the Xiantian stage? The Deep Earth Altar Lord's square face was slightly distorted due to the shock. It looked a bit funny, but no one mocked Ho Tuesday. Although Rue Jin's guess seemed a bit ridiculous, it was the most reasonable explanation. The legendary innate. In fact, even Nangongja didn't know that he had already reached the Xiantian realm that countless internal cultivators dreamed of. Banishment, who had taught Nangongja for a long time, didn't pay much attention to the Xiantian realm. He didn't even talk to Nangongja about it. Innate? Not bad. Not bad. If I have the chance, I must have a good contest with this Nangongja and see how powerful this so-called Xiantian is. On the contrary, Scarlet Flame wasn't frightened by the title of innate. Instead, he shouted excitedly. Almost all those who cultivated the Scarlet Flame Altar's cultivation method had such a fiery temper and a thirst for battle. I heard that this Nangongja is also a good swordsman. At this moment, Rue Jin had already broken free from the shock of his own conjecture and began to feel a little excited. Among the 5 elements altars, Ho Tu, Rue Jin, and Scarlet Flame were in charge of fighting. Bai Shui was mainly responsible for spying, and Qing Mu was responsible for logistics. Among Ho Tu, Rue Jin, and Scarlet Flame, Ho Tu was responsible for defense, Rue Jin was responsible for charging, and Scarlet Flame was responsible for close combat. So, Rui Jin and Scarlet Flame's thirst for battle was understandable, wasn't it? You two, it's about the same. That person might even become our superior. Yet, you two cowards actually want to have a good fight with him? I don't know what you two are thinking. The only female in the group, Bai Shui, instantly gave Scarlet Flame and Rui Jin, two cowards, status cards. If it was an ordinary person, Rui Jin and Scarlet Flame wouldn't mind letting them see how these two cowards could teach them a lesson with their fists. But Bai Shui, who was wearing a light green robe, had a smile on her face at this moment. She clearly looked very beautiful, but through the screen, one could feel a hidden danger hidden in her beauty. The people who were investigating the matter weren't all good people. There were all kinds of cruel methods in the hands of this group of people. Sister Bai Shui, don't scare us. It's our fault, we didn't keep our mouths shut. Unexpectedly, the first one to admit defeat was actually the most powerful Scarlet Flame. This tall man's eyes were filled with fear of the past. Bai Shui. Had Scarlet Flame been traumatized? Rui Jin, who was shouting happily just now, also firmly closed his mouth at this moment. What a joke, to touch Bai Shui's bad luck at this time. Wasn't that just courting death? Rui Jin didn't want to sleep happily in the middle of the night, only to suddenly have a poisonous bug climb onto his bed, or a dagger pressed against his neck. Rui Jin fiercely shook his head. He didn't dare to think. Sister. Bai Shui looked at Scarlet Flame and repeated the way Scarlet Flame called her. In an instant, a chill swept through Scarlet Flame's body. Then, Big Sister? Big Sister? Big Sister? Big Sister? Bai Shui and Scarlet Flame could be considered to be at odds. This, Bai Shui. Scarlet Flame is still a child, you don't need to be so calculative with him. Let's talk business, let's talk business. Old man Qing Mu could be considered to have gone against his conscience. Scarlet Flame, who was probably 2 meters tall when he stood up, was actually called a child by Qing Mu. However, Scarlet Flame still didn't dare to refute, instead bowing his head and smiling. Qing Mu, I'm wondering if we should let this Nangongzhe try to pass the trial that senior banishment left for us altar masters? Ho Tu suddenly said to Qing Mu. That trial? Back then, the banishment didn't block all the altar masters' path to becoming the head. It also left a path for them. As long as they could pass the trial, then they could justifiably become the Blood Garment Pavilion's head. However, the Blood Garment Pavilion had been established for many years, yet no altar master had ever passed the trial and become the head. It seemed to be a path to the head, but an invisible barrier stood in the middle of the path, and no one could pass through it. We can try. If Nangongzhe passes, then everyone will be happy. Our Blood Garment Pavilion's strength is a level higher, and even if he doesn't pass, we have enough reason to make Nangongzhe give up. Reconsider. 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 Before Aoki could voice his opinion, the other 4 altar masters had already made their decisions. In that case, let him try. Chapter 156. Nangongzhe had asked himself countless times what a sword was to him. Senior Banishment had said that a sword was the second body of the wielder. They both possessed essence, energy, and spirit. These essence, energy, and spirit would gradually be nourished by the wielder's strength. In the end, it would form a will. When the wielder could completely merge this weak will with himself, the sword would no longer be a sword. Only the wielder would be left. Senior Banishment was a person with profound attainments in the way of the sword. Naturally, he had his own understanding and judgment of the way of the sword. Nangongzhe also felt that Senior Banishment was right. After all, this was a path of becoming one with the sword. If he really walked down this path, he could expect to become a legend like Senior Banishment. However, Nangongzhe always felt that this path was not suitable for him. Compared to Senior Banishment, who had no other desires other than the sword, Nangongzhe felt that there were too many things in his heart. There were too many things in Nangongzhe's heart. Nangongzhe simply couldn't abandon Nangong Ro, Shaoling Air, Zhenbai, these people who were extremely important to him. Nangongzhe could not accept the heartless path of the sword. When Nangongzhe was fighting with Danzhou, he had a breakthrough. He had seen through himself, but there were still too many things about the sword that he could not see through. A gentle breeze blew in the courtyard, blowing the hair on Nangongzhe's forehead. It also made Nangongzhe's head, which was a little swollen, feel slightly refreshed. Nangongzhe removed the calamity sword from his knees and stood up from his cross-legged position. "Oh, a guest is here." After Nangongzhe had broken through to the Shadow Realm, which was the innate realm that the Five Elements Altar Master had mentioned, he had become more sensitive to many things. Just like now, the people outside were walking towards the small courtyard where Nangongzhe lived. Although it was steady and powerful, it still contained traces of the decline of qi and blood. Clearly, he was an old expert. In a place like this, only old man Qingmu could meet this standard. Aoki stood at the door of Nangongzhe's courtyard and was about to knock on the door. Nangongzhe, who was standing in the courtyard, waved his hand. His internal energy gushed out and turned into a gentle but powerful wind. It directly opened the courtyard door. This elder Qingmu knew that it was Nangongzhe's doing. When he entered the courtyard, he discovered that Nangongzhe was still about 30 feet away from the courtyard gate. This kind of inner strength, as well as the wooden door that was not damaged at all. This made old man Qingmu feel that he had been cultivating for most of his life. "I thought it was the servant who usually takes care of my daily life who came to inform me that the altar masters have returned. I didn't expect it to be you who came to inform me." Before Aoki said anything, Nangongzhe already knew the purpose of Aoki's visit. The only thing that could make Aoki come to Nangongzhe personally was that the altar masters had all returned. Ha ha ha, this makes me feel a little embarrassed. On the way here, I was thinking about how to organize the words to tell you these things. But I didn't expect you to reprimand me, Aoki said to Nangongzhe with a slight wry smile. It seems that the remaining altar masters have already thought of a way to make things difficult for me. Otherwise, a sophisticated person like you wouldn't have to organize your words. Nangongzhe looked at Aoki's bitter face and naturally knew that he must have encountered some obstacles in taking over the position of the chief of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Why don't you wait until I've introduced the other altar masters of our Blood Garment Pavilion to you before I tell you everything? Qingmu clearly didn't want to tell Nangongzhe about the 5 elemental altar lords' plan under such circumstances. He wanted to bring Nangongzhe to meet with the other altar lords first so that they could discuss the matter in a more formal manner. Of course, this is related to the selection of the highest leader of the Blood Garment Pavilion. It's only right that I meet the altar masters. Aoki, can you lead the way for me? Nangongzhe knew that this wasn't a good time to talk about this, so he turned around and picked up the tribulation sword that he had placed beside him. Then, he bowed slightly and signaled Aoki to lead the way. Of course. Please follow me. Aoki smiled and said to Nangongzhe. The two of them walked one after the other, but they didn't go in the direction of the tavern where they first met Aoki. Instead, they went away from the slightly densely populated town and walked towards the outskirts of a mountain. Slightly shabby, aged bluestone slabs paved a path that led to the top of the mountain. The path was surrounded by towering ancient trees, giving it a serene feeling. A pavilion that wasn't very big was built alone on the top of the mountain. The place where a plaque should have been hung was empty. Instead, after the door was opened, there was a robe hanging in the hall. The robe was made of white silk with dark patterns woven by skillful craftsmen. It was obviously expensive. Unfortunately, most of the robe was stained with blood. As time passed, the blood had turned into a dark red color that was almost black. If one sniffed it carefully, they would be able to smell a faint smell of blood. The Blood Garment Pavilion. So there really was such a robe? Aoki noticed that Nangongzhe had been looking at the robe hanging in the hall. Naturally, he knew that Nangongzhe was curious about it. Thus, he explained. This robe is where the name of the Blood Garment Pavilion comes from. This robe was originally white, but it was dyed red by the enemy's blood. Therefore, it has been hanging here and has become the symbol of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Nangongja looked at the robe and felt that the style of the robe was very familiar. He couldn't help but ask, "This robe is senior banishments?" Aoki nodded, obviously agreeing with Nangongja's guess. The people in the Blood Garment Pavilion are all descendants of clans that cultivate internal strength. However, the cultivation method of internal strength had declined in that era, and there were very few people who were particularly powerful. Many people targeted clans like us which seemed to be rich and wanted to annex us. However, our senior would rather die than submit. He had been fighting with those forces who wanted to annex us. However, his strength was still not comparable to those clans who wanted to annex us. He was almost at the end of his rope. At that moment, Senior Banishment made a move and saved the remaining forces. The white robe on his body was dyed red just like that. After driving away the enemy, Senior Banishment even helped us improve our cultivation method and formed the inheritance method of the 5 Elements altar. In order to express our gratitude for Senior Liege's kindness, we used this blood-red robe as our symbol. We established the Blood Garment Pavilion to guard Senior Banishment. Chapter 157. Senior Qing Mu is right. This is the Blood Garment Pavilion's earliest stance. We were originally a group of pitiful people who were saved by our banishment seniors. We formed the Blood Garment Pavilion to repay their kindness. As soon as Qing Mu finished speaking, several figures walked out from behind the screen in the hall. The one who spoke was an honest-looking man in a khaki robe. He was Ho Tu, the Altar Lord of the 5 Elements Altar and the Deep Earth Altar. Ah, he's Altar Lord of the 5 Elements Altar and the Deep Earth Altar. Hearing Ho Tu's words, Qing Mu introduced Nangongja. Greetings, Altar Lord of the Deep Earth Altar. Nangongja greeted Ho Tu politely. Ho Tu bowed to show his respect for Nangongja. These are the other Altar Lords of the 5 Elements Altar. There's no need to introduce Altar Lord of the Deep Earth Altar. The red-haired man is the Altar Lord of the Scarlet Flame Altar of the Blood Garment Pavilion. The woman in the green robe is the Altar Lord of the Clear Water Altar of the Blood Garment Pavilion. The one with black hair mixed with blonde hair is the Altar Lord of the Pristine Gold Altar of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Qing Mu introduced the people standing in front of Nangongja to Nangongja. Rui Jin and Bai Shui were fine. They bowed to Nangongja and greeted Nangongja. However, Qi Yan seemed to be in a bad mood. He glanced at Nangongja and did nothing else. This altar master has quite the temper. Very good, very good. Nangongja looked at Qi Yan and smiled. This guy's brain is stupid. He doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Little brother, please don't take it to heart and forgive this coward. Bai Shui came out and said to Nangongja. It could be said that she was trying to explain Scarlet Flame's attitude. Sister Bai Shui, Scarlet Flame seemed to want to say something, but when Bai Shui glared at him, he swallowed his words. However, he still glared at Nangongja fiercely. That's only natural. I'm not someone who's so calculative. Everyone has different temperaments and personalities, and right now, Brother Scarlet Flame and I still don't understand each other that well. It's understandable that he's not so cordial. Nangongja smiled elegantly, looking very gentlemanly. On the contrary, Scarlet Flame looked more like a child throwing a tantrum. Bai Shui looked deeply at Nangongja and couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Nangongja. These people were very clear about Scarlet Flame's temper, but none of them warned Scarlet Flame when they came out to meet Nangongja. Instead, he waited until Scarlet Flame started to throw a tantrum before coming out to help him. In fact, they also wanted to have a good understanding of Nangongja's temperament. Most of the information they collected was about combat strength. This kind of information on how to deal with people had to be tested by himself to be able to get a clear picture of it. Nangongja's performance naturally made them feel very appreciative. To become the leader of an organization, it's not as simple as having strength. Dealing with people is also an important factor. As a person who has been famous in the ninja world for a long time, Nangongja didn't have the slightest arrogance. Instead, he was very approachable. Even when Scarlet Flame treated him with such a disrespectful attitude, he didn't show any negative emotions. The words he said to Scarlet Flame before, in fact, could be regarded as half a beating and half a teasing. Nangongja-sama, I am also a swordsman. Naturally, I also know a little about the character of people like us, so I have something to say. Rue Jin took a step forward, and Nangongja also saw the long sword on Rue Jin's back. There are very few people who use swords in the ninja world, and now that Nangongja saw such a person, he naturally had a good impression of him. That's natural, fighting and scheming is really boring. I believe that Your Excellency already knows that our Blood Garment Pavilion has been developing for a very long time without a chief. Suddenly, because of the Sword of the Banishment Senpai, a leader suddenly appeared on top of everyone's head, which really makes a lot of people feel unfair. After some discussion, we feel that Sir Nangongja still needs to pass a test to become the head. Only then can you become the head of our Blood Garment Pavilion legitimately. Rue Jin's words were very straightforward, just like a sword, straight and not curved. But Nangongja didn't have a bad feeling in his heart. This was very good. He clearly put the problem and then set his own conditions. This kind of style of doing things, although it's not very skillful, but it's also very difficult to dislike. Of course, I understand what you're talking about. After all, the most important thing for an organization is its internal stability and unity. If you don't care about letting me become the leader of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, whether it's my heart or the people who belong to the Bloodcloth Pavilion, it will be unfair. You can seriously want to solve this problem, and you have already come up with a solution. In fact, you have done enough. If you tell me the content of the trial, I am also willing to try your trial. Originally, Aoki and Hotu were worried that Nangongja would suddenly become violent and fall out with several people, but at this moment, they also nodded slightly at this moment. Having such a leader was not a bad thing. Sure enough, I still like people who practice swords like me. Rue Jin also smiled. The trial you want to go through is called the Dragonization Path. It was set up by Senior Banishment so that after he passed away, a more talented person could become the leader of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Both the ordinary members of the Bloodcloth Pavilion and the 5 elemental altar masters can go through it. As long as you can pass the trial, you will be the rightful leader of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Even if you don't pass, you will gain a lot from it. It will be of great benefit to your future growth. The Dragonization Path. Nangongja could not help but think of a legend that Senior Banishment had once told him. The divine dragon that flew high in the sky was actually a carp that crossed the barrier of the Dragon's Gate. The so-called Dragonization Path seemed to be similar to this legend. In that case, I will naturally give it a try. When I received the Heavenly Calamity Sword from Senior Banishment, coming to the Bloodcloth Pavilion seems to have become a part of my responsibility. In fact, I feel very good that I have not been rejected by all of you. The Dragonization Path is right in front of me. If I don't try it, won't I be letting down Senior Banishment's kindness in teaching me? Nangongja's words caused the other altar masters to look at each other. How many years had it been since Senior Banishment had passed away? Kindness in teaching him? Receiving the Heavenly Calamity Sword? It was really puzzling, but since Nangongja had agreed to this proposal, they did not bother to discuss it further. The few of them did not dwell too much on this issue. After all, the path of dragonization was not so easy to traverse. Otherwise, how could the Bloodcloth Pavilion not have a leader for so many years? Chapter 158. Thank you for your understanding. We're ready to start the Dragonization Path. As long as you're ready, you can enter the Dragonization Path at any time. Qing Mu said to Nangongja, I don't need any more time to prepare. I've been staying here all this time to recuperate my essence, energy, and spirit. Since you've already prepared everything about the Dragonization Path, let's not waste too much time. Let's go straight to the Dragonization Path. Nangongja knew that these altar masters definitely didn't gather here today. Since they've already prepared the Dragonization Path, he could just go straight in. Well, let me take you to the Dragonization Path. Rue Jin walked to Nangongja's side and said to Nangongja, Thank you. Nangongzhe was quite polite to Rui Jin. I hope you won't try too hard when you're on the dragonization path. There are very few people who practice the way of the sword in this world, and people with your strength are even more rare. I'm still looking forward to the day when I can have a long talk with you and comprehend the way of the sword together. In fact, Rui Jin's words were very proud. Although the dragonization path was indeed very beneficial to practitioners, there must be dangers that couldn't be ignored at the same time. Hadn't opportunity and danger always been a pair of close sisters? Of course, I'm also looking forward to discussing the way of the sword with you, Rui Jin. Nangongzhe didn't say anything about the dangers. He just talked about discussing the way of the sword with Rui Jin. There was great confidence in his eyes. When the altar masters saw this, they couldn't help but shake their heads. The dragonization path, it wasn't something that could be passed just because one was strong. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Although the altar masters had a lot of doubts about Nangongzhe's ability to pass the dragonization path, they still followed the usual etiquette and sent their blessings to everyone who was going to pass the dragonization path. Please. Rui Jin stretched out his hand and motioned for Nangongzhe to walk with him. Then, he walked into the interior of the loft first. Ho Tu, Qi Yan, Bai Shui, and Qingmu followed behind Nangongzhe and walked towards the depths of the pavilion. Arriving at a wall painting with 9 dragons flying in the sky, Rui Jin took out a pearl that was emitting a lustrous luster from his bosom. With a slight leap, he embedded the pearl in his hand into the mouth of the 5-clawed golden dragon that flew the highest and also the largest among the 9 dragons. Only a dragon with a dragon's pearl in its mouth was a true dragon. For a moment, the entire 9 dragons painted wall seemed to have been activated. The 9 divine dragons, which were originally just ordinary relief sculptures, seemed to have been given life at this moment. It actually began to move. The white clouds and divine dragons on the wall had already come to life. Nangongzhe could faintly hear the sound of thunder coming from the wall. A huge majestic aura was also emitted from the wall. It was as if the dragon swimming in it was a real dragon soaring in the 9 heavens. The aura was unparalleled. After all, the altar lords and Nangongzhe were very powerful internal energy cultivators. Although the aura was terrifying, they could still withstand it. The endless aura came in waves, passing through the bodies of the altar lords and Nangongzhe. An indescribable feeling of relaxation appeared in Nangongzhe's heart. The aura emitted from the wall painting was purifying the internal energy in Nangongzhe's body little by little. Looking at the altar lords standing next to him, he saw that they also had a comfortable expression on their faces. It was obvious that the aura from the wall painting was also purifying the impurities in their internal energy. This is the first stage of the dragonization path, the aura descending. It is used to test the basic strength of those who have been lost. Those who are not strong enough will be eliminated here. Of course, if you can endure it, there will naturally be benefits. This is the opportunity to purify the impurities in your internal energy. Rui Jin explained to Nangongzhe. The trial had already begun here. Time passed by slowly. The aura emitted from the wall painting also began to weaken. Looking at the original 9 dragons flying in the sky painting, it had now changed its appearance. Among the dragons, there were 8 slightly smaller dragons that had their heads facing each other, forming the shape of a door arch. The largest 5-clawed golden dragon with a dragon ball in its mouth was entrenched in the door arch. It looked like a slightly twisted path. Was this the dragonization path that the altar lords were talking about? Please, please, please. The altar masters all stretched out their hands, forming a palm shape and facing the path paved by the golden 5-clawed divine dragon that appeared in the 9 dragons painted wall. Nangongzhe cupped his hands and pressed his hand on the 9 dragon wall painting. A wave of ripples surged. Nangongzhe's hand entered the wall painting without any obstruction. I don't know if he can really pass this dragonization path. Looking at Nangongzhe's figure that had completely disappeared in front of the wall painting, Aoki whispered such a sentence. He didn't know if he was asking himself or someone else. Well, since Nangongzhe has entered the wall painting, let's wait here quietly. In that case, All we have to do is wait here quietly. If he can pass, then there is nothing wrong with letting him become the head of our blood garment pavilion. The altar lords were all people who had experienced the dragonization path. Everyone was clear about the dangers. Passing the dragonization path was a great test of a person's strength, potential, and luck. If Nangongzhe can really pass the dragonization path, then it's not incomprehensible to let such a person become the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Maybe, in the hands of Nangongzhe, the Bloodcloth Pavilion can once again prosper and become another powerful force in the ninja world. Not everyone could peacefully be a member of a hidden force for the rest of their lives. Although they have powerful strength, they can only walk in the dark. This kind of life is not tolerable for everyone. Heaven's Retribution Sword, Banishment, Nangongzhe. It seems that it's time for the Bloodcloth Pavilion to go to the ninja world. After all, Aoki was old, and he thought a little more than the young people. Nangongzhe was like a spark that ignited a fuse. Whether Nangongzhe can pass the dragonization path or not, Nangongzhe, who represented the ninja world, has already ignited the ambition of many people to enter the world. As long as the timing is right, a single spark will inevitably become a prairie fire. The comeback of the Bloodcloth Pavilion is already an unstoppable thing. Chapter 159. Putting aside the thoughts of the altar masters outside of the painting, Nangongzhe was already shocked by everything in front of him to the point that he was in a trance. The wall painting in the attic of the Blood Clothing Pavilion was very large. It was already 8 to 9 meters tall. The divine dragons depicted on it were also extremely imposing. It was enough to show the meticulous thoughts of the creator. However, even such a majestic 9-dragon wall painting could not compare to what Nangongzhe was seeing at this moment. Just like what he saw in the wall painting, Nangongzhe was standing on a path formed by a golden dragon crouching on the ground. The 8 dragons were facing each other, forming the arch of a door. However, the 9 divine dragons here were so huge. He looked at his feet. Just a scale on the golden dragon was about the same size as Nangongzhe's body. Most of the 8 divine dragons that formed the arch of a door were already hidden in the clouds. Only their huge dragon heads were displayed in front of Nangongzhe. Nangongzhe did not know if it was an illusion or something else, but Nangongzhe felt that the 8 divine dragons were staring at him. It made Nangongzhe feel uneasy for no reason. However, a cold feeling came from Nangongzhe's hand and directly went to Nangongzhe's brain. This caused Nangongzhe's slightly flustered expression to ease a little. Heaven's Calamity Sword. Nangongzhe raised his hand and looked at the Heaven's Calamity Sword in his hand. He murmured softly, "I didn't expect this. I thought I was an experienced and knowledgeable person. However, looking at such a huge divine dragon in front of me, my mind was still taken away. I actually became a little scared. Fear was an instinct of every human. Perhaps some people were extremely calm, as if they would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. But that was only because they hadn't reached the bottom line of their fear. When fear really struck, how many people could really calm down? Nangongzhe didn't know, but Nangongzhe at least knew that he wasn't that heartless and fearless. Then, why don't you let me try this so-called dragonization path? Just like that, Nangongzhe stepped forward and walked towards the path in front of him. Although the distance was far, it was nothing to Nangongzhe. It didn't take long for Nangongzhe to reach the first door arch that was formed by 2 green dragons. It was only when they arrived that they discovered that there was a transparent barrier above the arch formed by 2 azure dragons, preventing them from moving forward. The state of the thin film was very similar to the ripples on the wall that pulled Nangongzhe into this space when he entered the path of dragonization. Is this also a spatial jump ripple? Nangongzhe knew that this was the first test that he had to face. Since I'm already in front of it, let's go in. With one step, Nangongzhe had already entered the thin film of the Azure Dragon Arch. An irresistible dizziness hit him. Although Nangongzhe tried his best to stay awake, he still fell into a deep sleep. Nangongzhe's body was like a branch drifting in the river. Under the guidance of an unknown force, Nangong's body was slowly sinking. Ouch! Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and a cry of pain sounded at the same time. A huge cloud of dust rose from the grass-covered ground. It was Nangongja who had entered the first Azure Dragon Arch. At this moment, his body was covered in dust. His black hair was also mixed with 2 strands of green grass. This trial, can't it give people a reminder? When I entered the wall, nothing happened at all. But after entering the first arch, I was forced to fall asleep. It wasn't gentle at all. It just threw me to the ground. Should I say that this is indeed a trial created by senior banishment? Nangongja touched the bump on his head. He complained while tidying up his clothes. He also took the opportunity to remove a few strands of grass from his head. Thinking about the days he went through under senior banishment, Nangongja felt that this strength was definitely created by senior banishment. By the way, where is this? After complaining about senior banishment, Nangongja realized that he should properly investigate his surroundings. Seeing that there was a relatively tall tree beside him, Nangongja didn't say anything else and raised his inner force. He was prepared to climb up the tree to see what kind of place this trial was. After a short run up, Nangongja had already run towards the trunk of the tree. If everything was normal, then Nangongja should be like those ninjas who learned how to attach chakra to their feet. He should climb up the tree steadily, and then look down from the top of the tree to see where he was. But things didn't go as planned. Nangongja just walked a few steps on the trunk, and he fell from the trunk. What's going on? Nangongja could clearly feel the majestic internal force in his body, but why couldn't he simply climb to the top of the tree like usual? Welcome, trial taker. A slightly ethereal voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire space. This voice, no matter how he looked at it, it sounded like the banishment senior who had tormented him a lot. I think you've already noticed. Although your strength hasn't disappeared, you can't use it at all, right? This is the Azure Dragon Gates trial. You will lose the internal force that you rely on to survive. You can only rely on your body and the martial arts that you've bitterly trained to pass this trial. Look in front of you. Nangongja followed the voice and looked at the dense forest in front of him. In the sky, as soon as the banishment senior's voice fell, the dense forest seemed to come alive, and its tall body moved on its own. A path appeared in front of Nangongja. Pass through this path and obtain the Azure Dragon token at the end of the path. You will pass this Azure Dragon Gate. Young man, don't be afraid of injury, don't be afraid of failure. Let's just keep going forward. Let your courage become your strongest strength. Let your little universe. No. Let your soul burn. So, you just wanted to say, little universe? What is this? Even the power system is different. It's even weirder than letting someone who cultivates internal force appear in the ninja world who cultivates chakra. You'll be said to be messing around. Banishment Senior. Chapter 160. To be honest, looking at everything in front of him, Nangongja did not feel that he was in an illusory space used for training. The trees in front of him had a sense of vicissitudes of life on their surface. In the depths of the forest, the sound of insects and birds could be heard from time to time. Nangongja even saw rabbits, squirrels, and other animals quickly shuttling through the forest. The most unusual thing was probably the source of the light, right? The sun could not be seen in the sky, but the light still carried a gentle temperature from a direction. It passed through the gaps in the canopy, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. If possible, Nangongja simply wanted to have a good afternoon nap and enjoy the environment here. However, Nangongja could not do what he wanted to do as he pleased. The path of dragonization was an important part of his future development. Nangongja had to force himself to be alert and pass through the forest path that looked very ordinary, but was said to be the key to this level. This is really annoying. I hate these troublesome things the most. But for my sister, for Mashiro, for little Linger, I still have to continue. Nangongja shook his head and threw out some negative thoughts from his mind. There was no other way. This was something that he should do the most at this moment. Since he had to do it in his best state. Otherwise, not only would he be letting himself down, he would also be letting down the teachings of the banishment senior, who was both a teacher and a friend. Nangongzhi slowly pulled out the Heaven's Calamity sword from the scabbard in his hand. The quieter and more peaceful a place was, the easier it was to hide unpredictable dangers, right? Sha. Nangongzhi's shoes lightly stepped on the slightly soft soil on the forest path. The sound of shoes stepping on the soil clearly appeared in Nangongzhi's ears. Ha! Nangongzhi suddenly turned around. Although the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand had lost the support of his internal energy, with Nangongzhi's strength and the speed of the sword, the sound of air being cut was still heard. Dong! At the same time, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Nangongzhi just now felt that there was movement behind him, so he attacked with his sword. The thing that was directly cut in half by Nangongzhi's sword was not a human. It was a kind of tree with a human shape. This was the so-called tree-ant, right? From time to time, some green juice from the Trent's tree-ant. What is this thing? Tree-ants have the ability to move? Nangongzhi looked at the tree-ant on the ground and felt that it was very fresh. But before Nangongzhi could figure out what this tree-ant was, he heard an old voice echoing in the forest. You're a tree-ant. Nangongzhi heard an old voice echoing in the forest. Bold human. You dare to break into the Trent's territory and even kill one of our members. Your crime is unforgivable. You will die to atone for your sins. Nangongzhi did not know who was talking, but the name tree-ant drilled into Nangongzhi's ears. Tree-ant. Is it a kind of creature? Nangongzhi murmured slightly, but there was a trace of a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the key for me to pass this level is these so-called tree-ants. Very good. Since they are alive, it means that they can also die and be injured. A creature that can be injured or killed is not a serious threat. In fact, Nangongzhi initially thought that these tree-ants were a new type of puppet. After all, Nangongzhi fought against the sand ninjas before. A puppet master who hides himself is really annoying. Since these tree-ants are a kind of creature, it really saves a lot of trouble. I don't know who you are. My only purpose here is to take away a token. As long as you give me the token, we will naturally not offend you. But if you don't cooperate, then I don't mind having a good fight with you. Nangongzhi knew that the key to passing this level was actually to find the Azure Dragon token mentioned in the voice of the banishment senior. If it could save him some trouble, Nangongzhi was actually very happy. But even if Nangongzhi wanted to avoid trouble, the old tree-ant seemed to be angered by Nangongzhi. Human, if you can talk to us properly and complete some tasks we give you, we will naturally give you the Azure Dragon token. But you killed one of our people, and now you have such an unrepentant look. How can we give you the Azure Dragon token? Can I get the Azure Dragon token by completing the Trent's tasks? Seems like this is also a way to complete this level. But whether it was the voice of the banishment senior in the sky or the altar masters who sent him here, they did not mention this at all. Instead, the voice of the banishment senior in the sky seemed to be deliberately guiding Nangongzhi to go against the tree-ants. This is really troublesome. So there is actually such a convenient way, but it doesn't matter. I have been holding back a lot of resentment during this period. Whether it is being schemed against by the 3 generations in Danzo or Mashiro's situation, they all make me feel uneasy. A good fight is not a bad thing. Nangongzhi's mood was indeed not very good recently, and he needed to vent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slashed the tree-ant that appeared behind him in half without any explanation. Ha. Very good, human. It seems like you have no intention of repenting at all? Then be prepared to welcome the anger of our tree-ant clan. The old voice seemed to have been angered by Nangongzhi to the point of laughing. His voice clearly contained a monstrous fury. I have been crowned with the name Yama by the people of the shinobi world, so naturally, I am not an indecisive and kind Virgin Mary. I can tolerate those who I care about, but people like you, why should I restrain my temper? You have threatened me again and again, and even contemptuously called me a human. Then I'll let you have a good look at what kind of Azura techniques the humans you speak of have." Nangongzhi chuckled, and the sword light reflected on Nangongzhi's face. If people who are familiar with Nangongzhi came here, they will definitely find that Nangongzhi's state at the moment is very abnormal. When Nangongzhi stood in front of the wall, he still had a humble and polite appearance, but just after entering the first trial space, Nangongzhi's mood has become so hostile. Everything is revealing a strange feeling. Chapter 161. As soon as Nangongzhi finished speaking, the trees that were growing silently on both sides of the road began to shake violently. The trees had turned into tree ants at this moment. There were even lines that resembled faces on their trunks. "Those who offend the tree ant tribe, those who offend the tree ant tribe, those who offend the tree ant tribe." The tree ants stood up one by one and said the same words. Their voices grew louder and louder in a short period of time. In the end, there was even a feeling of heaven-shaking momentum. All the tree ants woke up. They slowly changed their positions and formed a battle formation with an unknown purpose, but it was filled with an iron-blooded aura. They said the same word at the same time. "Kill." In an instant, the earth trembled and the clouds scattered. Even with such a terrifying momentum, Nangongzhi, who was the most direct recipient of it, was not afraid at all. Instead, his heart was filled with the desire to have a good battle. Even though his internal energy could no longer be used, it seemed to have sensed his master's soaring fighting spirit at this moment. Quickly flowed through Nangongzhi's body. The Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand trembled slightly and let out a series of sword cries. It wanted to tell its master that, as his sword, it was also excited. A black light quietly flashed across Nangongzhi's eyes. No one noticed it. "Fight!" Nangongzhi held the Calamity sword in his hand. He was like an army of thousands of men and horses as he rushed towards the battle formation formed by the tree ants. The soaring fighting spirit seemed to be able to compete with the killing intent formed by an unknown number of tree ants in an instant. Nangongzhi could not use the internal strength and sword chi in his body at this moment. He could only rely on his physical strength to wave the Calamity sword in his hand again and again. However, even so, Nangongzhi's fighting strength was still very high. A rather tall tree ant swung its fist, which was made of branches, towards Nangongzhi. Just as Nangongzhi was about to dodge the punch, vines quickly grew out from the ground. The vines wrapped around Nangongzhi's legs, trying to immobilize Nangongzhi. The pain caused the vines to turn slightly iron-colored. Nangongzhi knew that this vine was not something that he could break free from in a short time. "You want me to take this punch head-on? So what? Why can't I face him head-on?" The black light that had flashed through Nangongzhi's eyes and disappeared in an instant reappeared in Nangongzhi's eyes. Although it was still a flash, if one were to observe carefully, it would not be difficult to notice that there were traces of black light remaining in Nangongzhi's eyes. "Ah! Slash!" Nangongzhi roared, and the veins on his neck even appeared to be bulging. It was enough to see that Nangongzhi had used all his strength. Dong! The fist made of branches collided with Nangongzhi's Heaven's Disaster sword, and a wave of air was produced. Although the Trent's fist was made of branches, its hardness was enough to compete with Nangongzhi's extremely sharp Heaven's Disaster sword. When the two collided, Nangongzhi's Heaven's Disaster sword only cut 2 inches deep into the Trent's fist. "Human, prepare to die." The tall tree man seemed to feel that his punch shouldn't have only caused such a big effect, so he also shouted loudly. He added a bit of strength to his fist. Although Nangongzhi was also trying his best to resist the Trent's attack, he did not have the support of his internal strength. It was not enough to rely on pure physical strength. Under the huge force, Nangongzhi was deeply smashed into the ground. A huge pit with a radius of almost 1 meter appeared. Nangongzhi, who was in the middle of the pit, was now in an extremely sorry state. His robe was now covered in dust, and Nangongzhi's face was scratched by some of the thorns and branches on the Trent's fist. "Ha ha ha! "Human, do you know the power of the Treant clan?" He saw Nangong's sorry state. The tall Treant laughed loudly. The laughter entered Nangong's ears without any hindrance, and an uncontrollable anger rose from Nangong's heart. "Hee hee. You weak human, what are you laughing at?" Nangongja laughed for no reason, and the tall Treant was confused. He was obviously beaten up so badly, but he still laughed? This human was really strange. Nangongja did not answer the tall Trent's question, and only used his hand to tear off the vine that was wrapped around his leg. Under the effect of the tall Trent's strength, the originally tenacious vines that wrapped around Nangongja's body had already become tattered. Whoosh! Nangongja's figure suddenly disappeared. Although the tall Treant was curious about Nangongja's reaction, the disappearance of Nangongja's figure still made the tall Treant wary. Looking around, the tall Treant was obviously trying to find Nangongja's figure. Kacha! A huge branch fell from the tall Trent's body, and the cut was neat, which proved that it was cut by a sharp weapon. And the only sharp weapon here was the Heaven's Disaster Sword in Nangongja's hand. "Human, what's the point of dodging? If you have the ability, then fight me head-on." The Trent's voice was obviously filled with anger. "Hee hee." It was still the same laughter, and it carried a kind of coldness that made one's heart turn cold as it echoed around. At the same time, the sound of a branch falling to the ground could be heard. Obviously, Nangongja had cut off another part of the tall Trent's body. "Human! Human! Human!" The angry roar reverberated around the battlefield, but there was still no response. Only the sound of hee-hee, and the sound of branches falling could be heard from time to time. With the passage of time, the branches on the Trent's body slowly decreased. In the end, all that was left of the Treant was a bare trunk. Human. After the Trent's branches were cut off, there was still a possibility of recovery. But once the most important trunk was cut off, the Trent's life would also end. Therefore, at this moment, the voice of the insufferably arrogant Ent was trembling slightly. This human could really understand its own life. It was still the same laughter, but this time, it was not the Trent's branches that were cut off, but the Trent's trunk. "Now, it's the rest of your turn." Nangongja once again said something other than hee-hee. And at the same time, he looked at the remaining Treants who were still in the battle formation. Chapter 162. The battle, or rather it was one-sided. The massacre of an entire race by a single person continued. Nangongja had already stepped on countless Treants. Most of the Treants were directly cut in half by Nangongja's sword. There were also many Treants that were directly dismembered by Nangongja, just like the tall Treant at the beginning. A light green liquid flowed within the Trent's body and flowed on the ground. Unlike the taste of human blood, the Trent's juice had a faint sweet taste. This light green liquid was somewhat sticky and stuck to Nangongja's body. This made Nangongja frown. Obviously, he did not like this feeling. Bang! Nangongja's body shook. A burst of power erupted from his body and directly shook off the juice on his body. His clothes were once again clean. Nangongja slowly sheathed the Heaven's Calamity Sword in his hand. The Treants were not completely wiped out. However, only a few of them were left. Seeing Nangongja walking towards them, the Treants screamed and fled in all directions. All of this, isn't it that simple? Since they don't want to cooperate, then I'll just kill them until they do. Follow orders? Carry out missions? Exchange for tokens? Boring. Boring. Nangongja chuckled and ignored the few Treants that had already run away. Didn't he already achieve his goal? After killing these Treants, he would then obtain the Azure Dragon token that symbolized passing the stage. Where's the old Treant who just called me a mere human? You should give me the token that I need. Otherwise, it's not like I can't kill the entire Treant race. Nangongja shouted. He wanted to call out the guy who seemed to be the leader of the Treants. However, only Nangongja's own voice could be heard in the empty forest that had lost the Ents. Ah no, it was now a plane. Not coming out? Then I'll go find you myself. Nangongja chuckled as if he had discovered a fun game. He walked briskly into the depths of the forest. There was no feeling of fighting at all. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. However, it was different from Nangongja's brisk demeanor. Every time Nangongja's feet touched the ground, a black aura would merge with the ground where Nangongja stepped on. When the aura reached the soil, it spread like a seed. Then, the surrounding vitality was slowly devoured by the black gas released by Nangongja. It didn't matter if it was a small insect, grass, or shrubs. Even the birds in the sky had lost their lives at this moment. When the birds' bodies landed on the ground, they were already entangled by a black gas. In an instant, the flesh and blood on his body had been completely corroded. At this moment, Nangongja was like a messenger from hell. He had an invisible sickle, reaping the lives of the weak and insignificant people one by one. Human, enough! The old voice sounded again. It was different from the previous disdain. It sounded angry as if it had been provoked. This time, the old voice was full of anger. It wasn't just because Nangongja had slaughtered most of the lives of the Ents. More importantly, Nangongja was now absorbing the vitality of the land. If the Ents died, they could continue to reproduce. If the land lost its vitality, no life could continue to survive. What Nangongja was doing now was the same as cutting off the vitality of all the Ents. Oh, now you know how to be anxious. Unlike the previous times, the old voice was illusory. This time, the old voice had a direction. Nangongja immediately knew where the old voice came from. I don't know who it was. Just now, you were like a god, looking down at me from above. You want me to submit, to make me admit defeat, to make me listen to your arrangements? Now that you've seen my strength, you want me to stop. It would be great if everything in the world could be so cheap. Human, what do you want to do? When the old Ent heard Nangongja's words, he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. Although Nangongja's words were biased, it was indeed what he had done. At this moment, the old Ent really couldn't figure out what Nangongja wanted to do. Hasn't my goal always been very simple? Is the Azure Dragon token in your hand? Nangongja laughed, as if he was mocking the Ent's intelligence. However, he quickly changed the topic. This was my initial plan, but now I don't want to do this anymore. Your life is also mine. The old Ent didn't expect that Nangongja had his eyes on his life. The conversation didn't continue. Nangongja directly walked in the direction where the old Ent's voice came from. As expected, there was a huge ancient tree here. Some semi-parasitic vines were wrapped around the ancient tree. There were also a few birds that had built their own small nests on the ancient tree. If Nangongja wasn't here, it would probably be a painting full of natural beauty, right? Human, my life is related to the survival of this space. Once I die, this trial space will cease to exist. Are you sure? You want to do this? A very human-like face appeared on the trunk of the ancient tree. It looked very calm. It didn't look like its life was in danger at all. Every Ent here was almost a clone of the ancient tree. The roots of the ancient tree were also closely connected to this space. Once the ancient tree was defeated, it wasn't hard to imagine whether this space would continue to exist. Oh, that's a little troublesome. I wanted to give you a quick death. Wouldn't you not have to suffer so much if I just let you die? But you have to threaten me with the survival of this space. I'm going to be the master of the blood clothing pavilion in the future. Once the space disappears, it'll be a great sin. Although Nangongja's words sounded like he was reflecting on his actions, how could there be a hint of annoyance on his face? Instead, it was filled with a sense of evil. Before the ancient tree could react, Nangongja had already pressed his hand on the ancient tree's trunk. The black gas that had spread out from Nangongja's feet had now spread from Nangongja's hand to the ancient tree's body. Since I have to keep you alive, there's no other way. I can only make you wish you were dead. Nangongja smiled. His smile was so happy that it made the ancient tree's heart turn cold. Ah! 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 The ancient tree let out a violent cry. It was obvious that the black gas that Nangongja had injected into its body had taken effect. Human, I'll give you a token. Don't do this. No! A token engraved with an image of an azure dragon appeared in front of the ancient tree, emitting wisps of azure aura. It was obvious that the ancient tree wanted to use this token in exchange for Nangongja to stop torturing it. Nangongja picked up the token and looked at the struggling ancient tree. The vines on its body and the bird's nest had been shaken off. With a chuckle, a burst of intense light emitted from the token. Nangongja's figure instantly disappeared from this trial space. Only the ancient tree that had lived for an unknown number of years was left, still screaming in pain. Chapter 163. When Nangongja's figure appeared again, he was already on a path paved with golden dragons that were dazzling with an unparalleled presence. The azure dragon arch that Nangongja had entered was now behind Nangongja. Playing with the azure dragon token in his hand, Nangongja wanted to continue to the next arch, the water dragon arch formed by two blue dragons. However, his body stopped in a strange position. No matter how hard he tried, he could not take another step forward. Hee, are you restless? Nangongja whispered softly. The black light in his eyes became brighter. With a cruel smile, Nangongja closed his eyes. What should have been a snow-white spiritual space was now filled with the color of blood and black. At some point in time, lava pools had appeared on the ground, emitting a heart-palpitating temperature. Who are you? Nangongja's body was wrapped in black chains, and he could not move at all. Opposite Nangongja, there was a person who looked exactly like Nangongja. The only difference was that Nangongja's eyes, which were not bound by the chains, were constantly emitting a black glow. Who am I? I am you? Can't you see? The black-eyed Nangongja stared at Nangongja, who was bound by chains, and said coldly. At the same time, he looked at his own clothes and the Heaven's Calamity sword that belonged to Nangongja. It was as if he was confirming that he was Nangongja. The Traiants just now were not just trees. They were living beings with thoughts and emotions. It was obvious that you could have reconciled through a proper communication, and the Azure Dragon token could have been obtained. However, you slaughtered the Traiants, and even after obtaining the Azure Dragon token, you still left a death aura in its body. You made it suffer a fate worse than death. You said you were me, but how could you be me? The more Nangongja spoke, the more intense his emotions became. At the end of his words, the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. However, the black-eyed Nangongja, who was standing opposite Nangongja, was not intimidated by Nangongja's anger. Instead, he was very happy to see Nangongja's anger. He even closed his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to listen to Nangongja's anger. He looked very comfortable. I am you. I did not lie to you. All of your negative emotions are my nourishment. The angrier you are, the sadder you are, and the more murderous you are, can make me stronger and stronger. I am you. I am the one who was called Yama, not the one who did nothing in the wood leaf, with a group of brats calling him teacher behind his back. Slaughter, blood, lamentation. These are all things that I desire, but you forcibly imprisoned me. Do you have to do something as simple as playing house? You can even let go of that bitch called Masahiro who betrayed you with a smile on her face? I was so angry, so unreconciled. But I couldn't do anything. When I reached this place, an indescribable power surged into my body. I can escape from your imprisonment. Since you can't satisfy me, then I will come out and devour you myself. You can continue to watch like this, continue to be angry and powerless. Feel what I felt at that time. Feel what it was like to be imprisoned. Just like Black-Eyed Nangongja. Black-Eyed Nangongja was the integration of Nangongja's evil thoughts. It was the product of him giving up on killing and being killed all these years. It would be easier to understand the relationship between Black-Eyed Nangongja and Nangongja if the name was changed. Inner demon. Black-Eyed Nangongja was Nangongja's inner demon. Only with the help of an unknown power, the inner demon escaped Nangong's control and became even stronger, suppressing Nangong's consciousness. I can imprison you once. I can imprison you a second time, a third time, or even forever. You can do whatever you want now, but that is only temporary. Evil cannot prevail over good. You will be imprisoned by me again. Nangongja looked at the inner demon who was laughing wildly in front of him and said, his eyes were no longer burning with anger like before. Instead, they were very calm. It was as if the inner demon's actions could not change Nangongja's state of mind. He, as expected of me, you immediately calmed down after hearing the source of my power? It doesn't matter. This is just a moment of calmness. You can know all the things I do outside, and I will make you angry and sad. I am you. I know everything that you cherish and everything that you want to protect, don't I? The inner demon looked at Nangongja and said very seriously. The figures of Mashiro, Little Linger, and his sister Nangongja suddenly appeared in front of Nangongja's eyes. They were all tortured by their inner demons, crying and shouting, as if they were begging him to become the original Nangongja who lived with them. You dare! Nangongja knew that these were all what the inner demon wanted him to see. However, Nangongja was still unable to suppress his emotions, and his face had become very ferocious. These two words were forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. His anger could not be suppressed. See, didn't I say it already? I know you, I know what will make you angry. The inner demon looked at Nangongja's ferocious face, reached out and grabbed Nangongja's hair, and forced his face to Nangongja's face. The black light in his eyes became even brighter, and it was filled with a gloomy aura. Just stay here and watch quietly. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the spiritual space that had turned black and red. Only Nangongja was left, his body wrapped in chains, and his eyes were filled with anger as he stared fiercely in the direction where the inner demon disappeared. On the golden dragon, Nangongja opened his eyes. Hee. It feels good to occasionally tease that despicable self of mine, however. In order to become stronger, I need more anger, sadness, and a series of negative emotions. Nangongja raised his head and looked at the water dragon arch in front of him. Let's see what kind of trial it is. Let me make myself angrier. Chapter 164. The arch formed by the two watercolored dragons was right in front of him. Just like the arch formed by the azure dragon at the beginning, transparent ripples shrouded the hollow of the arch. This was the second trial, the entrance to the water dragon gate. Then, let's go. Unlike the first azure dragon gate arch, after entering the water dragon gate arch, Nangongja was not forced to fall asleep. On the contrary, Nangongja remained completely clear-headed. He finally had the chance to see what the passageway to the trial space that was similar to a spacetime tunnel looked like. The tunnel was so deep and empty. Whether it was light or sound, they all lost their meaning of existence here. It was like a place abandoned by the world. There was nothing. A watercolored light suddenly rushed towards Nangongja from the horizon. The power was very gentle, but it was impossible to resist. He could only follow the light and fly towards a place. Light. A dazzling light appeared in front of Nangongja. A peach-pink aura suddenly appeared around Nangongja. This must be the water dragon's trial, right? Not bad. You must have noticed it after passing the first trial, the azure dragon gate, right? No matter how strong your inner strength is, your foundation is the most important. Even if you lose your inner strength, as long as you have the courage to fight and face danger, you will be able to survive. You will always be able to face any difficulties. The voice of the banishment senior sounded in the space as usual, with a hint of gratification and praise. It was as if he had seen his own junior achieve great things. Sure enough, it was already planned? The corner of Nangongja's mouth twitched slightly, and a somewhat mocking expression appeared on his face. In the first trial, he did not cooperate with the Ents like the banishment had planned. Instead, he slaughtered most of the Treant clansmen and even threatened the old Treant, who was the leader of the Treant clan. In the end, he left a death aura in the Elder Ent's body that was enough to torture the Elder Ent for the rest of his life. If it had been the senior Lija that Nan Gongja knew, he would have slashed down with his sword upon seeing his actions. What kind of praise and approval do you want? He was thinking too much. This trial is the water dragon gate. Many people say that water is the most selfless thing, quietly nourishing all things. Anything that can be described as water is often praised by people. However, if I were to find something to relate to water, I would like to say that a person's desire is like water. It's seamless and unavoidable. It's so quiet that it erodes one's bones and soul. The water dragon gate was a door that allowed people to face their own desires, to overcome their desires or fall. Everything depends on your own choice. As expected, it was the banishment senior style. For all the definitions of predecessors and the public, they would always find such a slightly strange but exceptionally reasonable explanation. Water is the existence of desire. A watercolored brilliance suddenly appeared around Nan Gongja's head, like a layer of gauze surrounding his head. Waves of cool feeling continuously entered Nan Gongja's brain from the outside world. Discovering desire depends on scanning a person's memory? But this memory doesn't belong to me. I wonder what kind of trial of desire it will be. Nan Gongja murmured softly. That's right. Although his body was still Nan Gongja's body, it had already been controlled. However, the control was already in the hands of Nan Gongja's inner demon. Nan Gongja might not be able to see through Nan Gongja's desire, but it was nothing to the inner demon. It could be said that the difficulty of this trial was even lower than the first trial, the Green Dragon Gate. When the brilliance dissipated, Nan Gongja appeared in an ordinary courtyard. Whether it was the style of the building or the plants in the courtyard, it looked very similar to the place built by Mashiro in the Lion Clan's alternate dimension. Nan Gongja looked around, his eyes flickering with a black light. This is Nan Gongja's desire? It's really a simple desire. Originally, I was still thinking about how to give Nan Gongja the greatest emotional stimulation. Now, isn't an opportunity directly placed in front of me? The door of the courtyard was opened, and Nan Gongro was standing behind it. She looked at Nan Gongja, who was standing outside the door in a daze, and pursed her lips slightly. She walked up to Nan Gongja and lightly knocked on his head. Stupid brother, what are you doing? You're already at the door, but you're still standing outside like a fool. Although there was a hint of reproach in her tone, her actions were very gentle. It didn't sound like a reproach, but more like a spoiled child. Row. Nan Gongja's mental space was still covered in black and red. However, Nan Gongja, who was wrapped in chains, called out his sister's nickname. That's right. Nan Gongja could actually sense everything that was happening in the outside world. This was done on purpose by Nan Gongja's inner demon. It had completely eroded Nan Gongja's mental space. In order to allow Nan Gongja to have more intense mental fluctuations, it deliberately allowed Nan Gongja to sense everything that was happening in the outside world. At this moment, Nan Gongro, who appeared in front of the inner demon, also appeared in front of Nan Gongja. It's just that Nan Gongja could only be like a bystander. He couldn't do anything. He could only watch his sister welcome the inner demon into the door. After that, Nan Gongja also saw Mashiro and Little linger. These people seem to have nothing to do with the shinobi world anymore. They just moved to this small house in the Lion Clan space and lived a simple and comfortable life. This may be Nan Gongja's greatest expectation for his future, for his life. Although it was a fantasy, a trial, but Nan Gongja still yearned for such a life. But the words of the inner demon still echoed in Nan Gongja's ears. The people I cherish the most make me angry, make me sad. Nan Gongja didn't know what the inner demon wanted to do, but he could still guess a little bit. Originally, the inner demon used his sister and his family to threaten him. If he wanted to make more anger and sadness in his heart, wasn't this the best opportunity for the inner demon to do so? That's how people are. Even if they know that everything in front of them is an illusion, they still regard it as reality. In this way, they are tested and tortured by the illusory reality. Just like Nangongzhi now. Chapter 165. Very good. Is everyone here? Nangongzhi, who was being controlled by his inner demon, looked at the three people in front of him. They were his sister Nangongro, Mashiro, who had been with him for a long time, and little Linger, who he had watched grow up, and suddenly said such a strange sentence. Nangongzhi's face also showed an indescribable evil expression. Ah? Oniai-san, what are you talking about? What do you mean everyone is here? Didn't we live here after the trouble in the shinobi world? Who else can be here besides us? Nangongro heard her brother's strange words, and she couldn't understand what her brother meant, so she asked, There's nothing, but since everyone is here, I have some questions to ask everyone. Nangongzhi smiled, but his smile made Mashiro, little Linger, and Nangongro, who were beside him, feel a chill in their hearts. Oniai-san, what are you doing? Why are you smiling so strangely? Nangongro couldn't help but ask. Hee. Nangongzhi smiled, and his body suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful aura. Unlike in the Azure Dragon Gate, Nangongzhi's internal force at this moment can exert its original effect. After all, the purpose of this stage was to allow the participants to face their own desires. Strength and whatnot were secondary, so his internal force wasn't forcibly sealed. Along with the release of his aura, there was also a huge force. Even Nangongro, who was the strongest among the three girls, couldn't match Nangongzhi's strength. The three girls who were closest to him fell to the ground with their butts under the influence of the huge force. Oniai-san. Nangongro wanted to say something, but Nangongzhi stared fiercely. All the words that were about to come out of his mouth were forcibly swallowed back down. Noisy! Nangongzhi walked in front of little Linger with a smile on his face. Little Linger. Nangongzhi gently called the youngest girl among the three girls, just like how he always called her. However, the coldness and indifference in his eyes frightened little Linger. Little Linger, I didn't teach you anything. When someone calls your name, should you respond properly? Nangongzhi glanced at little Linger, who was sitting on the ground, and spoke to little Linger like a strict teacher. Then he shouted fiercely, Answer me. Little Linger's eyes were instantly filled with tears. The terrified little Linger could only stutter out. Nangong, big brother? And that's a good girl. Big brother wants to ask little Linger a question. Without waiting for little Linger to respond, Nangongzhi continued, Little Linger, do you know how annoying you are? Annoying? The big brother that she had always relied on hated her? Little Linger's heart was instantly filled with such thoughts. Even the voice that was originally choked with sobs instantly stopped. She just stared blankly at Nangongzhi's face. That year, your grandfather, that old Gaia Wang, saved my life. I also know that I have to repay the debt of saving my life. So even though I was a little unwilling, I still took you with me. All these years, I have taken care of you very seriously, right? You said that you wanted to be a ninja, so I painstakingly taught you. Even after you entered the school, you went to Kiba Ninja School and became a boring teacher. But what about you? That lousy talent and an attitude of having nothing to do. When you were in the ninja school, if it weren't for me, the higher-ups of the ninja school would still let you stay in the school for my sake. When will you become a ninja? Even if you become a ninja, you still have a silly look. Have you ever thought about how embarrassing you have made me? Little Linger listened to her brother's words. The mist in her eyes suddenly turned into tears and streaked across her slightly immature face. Is this the method that the demon came up with to torture Nangongzhi? In this way, the demon mercilessly broke the bond between Nangongzhi and his family. Oh, even with this, there are still no fluctuations. Looks like little Ling isn't that important in my original body's heart. Feeling its own power, the heart demon found that the conversation with Ling did not stimulate its own emotions as much as the original body. He was slightly disappointed, but it didn't affect him. He just looked at Mashiro and Nangongro, who were still suppressed by his power. These two were the ones who could really increase his power. Nangong Ro and Mishiro's dark history was not small at all. Without looking at little Linger, Nangongja stood up. He walked in front of Mishiro. When he walked to Mishiro's side, Nangongja had already grabbed Mishiro's hair. He pulled Mishiro up, and the pain from his scalp made Mishiro cry out in pain. Mishiro, Kong? Nangongja called out Mishiro's code name in root, and his eyes were full of violence. You are the first person who betrayed me among my closest people. Haha. That gentle appearance of yours is really good at hiding your true intentions. But I am a cultivator who has inner strength, and my 5 senses are sharp. Do you think I don't know about your little tricks at home? Every day you would write down your observation of me on a scroll. These things must have been in the hands of Root, right? How dare you? How dare you? I was worried about your life, so I didn't hesitate to fall out with Danzo. The prestige that Konoha had built up over the years went down the drain, and now it has reached the point where it is impossible to return to Konoha. But what about you? But when I rescued you, you stabbed me without any hesitation. Who gave you the courage, and who made you believe that I would forgive you? Mishiro looked at Nangongja, who was questioning him, and his eyes were wide open. He was also immersed in his own regret for betraying Nangongja. Tears flowed down his face, and he muttered, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Enough! In the mind of the demon, there was a sudden roar. You can't hold it in anymore? The demon looked at Nangong Ro, who was the last person he hadn't questioned. This person who was closest to Nangongja was the one who could trigger all the negative emotions in Nangongja's heart. These were just 2 appetizers before the main course, but it was enough to make his main body angry. Ah, how boring. Chapter 166. Nangongja's lips curled into a smile. In the end, his main body was still too simple and pure. Just by using words to provoke him, he had already become so angry. It was clearly just a pile of tears from the shadows of the people close to him. He had actually started to lose control of his emotions bit by bit. He hadn't even started the main act yet. Nangongja looked at his younger sister, who had been with him for almost all of his life, who knew how many ups and downs, big and small, Nangong Ro. Nangongja, Nangong Ro, Nangong. Looking at Nangong Ro, Nangongja called out their names. This so-called Nangong, is it really my surname? Or is this a surname that I don't know who forced it on me? Looking at her brother, Nangong Ro's eyes were wide open. It was obvious that she had been exposed to some facts that she didn't want to face. From the moment I had my memories, I already didn't have you. My dear younger sister calls me Nangongja. I also have the rich inner strength that you call our grandfather and passed on to me in order to protect our lives, as well as this heavenly tribulation sort of extraordinary origin. Do you know that when I was still unable to control the inner strength in my body, every day at midnight, the inner strength in my body would go berserk. It would wander around my meridians without restraint. How much do you know about the pain of my meridians being torn apart? Our lives were very difficult. Every day we ate the cheapest ingredients. Many times, we even had to rely on the help of our neighbors and Uncle Chimu from the blacksmith shop to survive. In order to let you, my younger sister, have a better life, I could only go to the small forest behind the house every day and rely on the true intent of the sword Tao that I felt from the tribulation sword to practice sword techniques. Practicing swordsmanship will stimulate the internal energy in my body. After midnight, it will make me suffer even more. Finally, I joined the Wood Leaf Ninja Village that I had always dreamed of. But what are ninjas? To put it nicely, they are a group of people who have great strength and stand at the top of the world. But to put it bluntly, aren't ninjas just killing machines controlled by money? For our life, so that you, my sister, can live a more stable life. I could only hold the heavenly calamity sword and walk on the edge of death time and time again. In order to keep you away from death, I had to think of a way to send you to the Kiba hospital with the lowest risk factor. Injured again and again, staining my hands with blood again and again. I'll tell myself that I'm fighting so hard for my sister. But you know what? As my strength increased, more and more scenes of our childhood appeared in my mind, which were different from what you said about us. In these images, I have my father, my mother, and my grandfather, but I don't see you. Presumably, the grandfather you speak of didn't think that one day, I would be able to cultivate to the point where my spiritual power could break through the seal he set. Right? I saw it. My father, my mother, everything I knew, the place I grew up in, disappeared without a trace in the fire and massacre. I was tearfully stuffed into the cellar of my own home by my mother. What echoed in my ears were the last cries of the passing of life. The surrounding air was so hot, I knew that there was a raging fire around me. But I could only cover my mouth like this, not even daring to cry out. Finally, when all the sounds outside returned to silence, with my own hands, I dug away the dirt and ashes that covered the cellar door. I told myself again and again, I want to live. I want to live and find those who made me lose everything. I want to take revenge on them. Then, I lost consciousness. But I faintly saw two people, an old man and a little girl. Tell me, who are the two of them? Who was the one who covered up my memories? Who was the one who brought the baptism of war to my remote village that stood aloof from worldly affairs? Who was it? Who was it? I don't know how many times I thought about it, but in the end, I realized that it was the two of them. My closest sister, the girl called Nangong Ro, and the grandfather she spoke of. Nangongja looked at Nangong Ro, but his tone didn't fluctuate at all. Even though he was talking about his childhood memories that were covered up, his tone was still as cold as ever. It was as if he was talking about a story that had nothing to do with him, but the black light in his eyes was shining brighter. Actually, Nangongja had always known this. Since his strength increased day by day, more and more memory fragments would appear in Nangongja's mind through the seal. However, Nangongja had never mentioned it. In fact, Nangongja was very afraid. He was very afraid that his current life would no longer exist. Therefore, Nangongja chose to escape and chose to ignore all possible guesses. He only wanted to use the name Nangongja and continue living with his sister, Mashiro, and little Linger. These were the things that Nangongja was most unwilling to touch. Nangongja was very clear that the Nangong Ro, Mashiro, and little Linger in front of him were all illusions created by the trial. However, his inner demon's questions were also questions to Nangongja. These sharp questions were like sharp blades that were gouging Nangongja's heart. Nangongja had already lost control of his body. He could only watch as his sister, Mashiro, and little Linger sat in front of him. They were either crying, blaming themselves, or not saying a word. Inner demon, inner demon, inner demon. Get over here, get over here. Nangongja roared. Nangongja roared. However, the inner demon seemed to be unaware and had already slowly pulled out the Heaven's Calamity Sword. What did the inner demon want to do? The Heaven's Calamity Sword's edge was already on Nangong Ro's white neck. The slight friction caused the Heaven's Calamity Sword to leave a bloody mark on Nangong Ro's neck. Was this inner demon trying to kill his sister? No, it wasn't just his sister. There was also Mashiro and little Linger. The inner demon wouldn't let any of them go. Even if the Nangong Ro, Mashiro, and little Linger here were all illusions, Nangongja was still unwilling to watch them die. He had to do something. Chapter 167. Feeling his growing power, Nangongja knew that his original body was on the verge of collapse. And the method to completely destroy his original body was so simple. He only needed to gently swing his sword 3 times to end the 3 phantoms in front of him that couldn't even be considered as living beings. It was really too simple, wasn't it? To be tied down by these meaningless emotions, to let your sword be covered with rust by these useless people. Such a body is so useless that I can't stand it anymore. Since you're so useless, why don't you let me replace you? Whether it's the name of Yama or the sharpness of the Heaven's Calamity Sword, let me properly display their power. Nangongzhi raised the Heaven's Calamity Sword in his hand that had already been unsheathed. The blade's sharpness was getting closer and closer to Nangongzhi's neck. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch, 1 inch. When the blade was about to touch Nangongzhi's neck, it stopped. Just a little bit more, and Nangongzhi's life would be gone. But at this moment, Nangongzhi's eyes no longer had the black light that was controlled by the inner demon, nor did they have the usual brilliance. Instead, they became very lifeless, as if his body no longer belonged to anyone. What are you doing? Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. The inner demon looked at Nangongzhi, who was tightly bound by the black chains in front of him, and his face became very ferocious. Clearly, as long as he waved his sword, he could take away Nangongzhi's life. Let his original body completely collapse. Let him completely control Nangongzhi's body. But the inner demon was once again pulled back into the spiritual space by an incomprehensible force. Clearly, I've already completely controlled the body, and you've been suppressed by me to such a state. How did you pull me into this space? Nangongzhi should be at a disadvantage right now. Whether it was the black chains on his body or the completely changed color of his spiritual space, they all proved that Nangongzhi was at a disadvantage. However, Nangongzhi had a gentle smile on his face, as if everything was not that bad. Indeed, you are very powerful. You've used your power to completely control my physical body and spiritual space. Nangongzhi raised his head and looked at the ferocious face of his inner demon. Everything you've said, everything you've done, is known to me. These were all things I didn't want to talk about because once the truth was revealed, I wouldn't say it out loud. Then everything I love and cherish will cease to exist. Even though the one outside is an illusion of my sister, Mashiro, and little Linger, I'm not sure if it's real or not. But their emotions, their memories, and their thoughts are all girls that I love and cherish. It's you who made me see the price I have to pay after revealing the truth. You must have felt my mixed feelings of anger, sadness, and powerlessness at that time, right? But these feelings are not because of those 3 girls, but because of my anger, sadness, and powerlessness. It's because I'm not strong enough. It's because I let you take control of my body. It's all because I'm too weak. When the inner demon heard Nangongzhi's words and realized that his original body was blaming himself, the expression on his face was extremely rich. He was the one who did all these things. His original body's sadness, anger, and powerlessness were the most exquisite metals that should belong to him. But now, his original body was telling him that these did not belong to him? What a joke! It's indeed your fault. You cared about these meaningless things. You gave little Linger tolerance, gave Mashiro forgiveness, and gave Nangongzhi love. These things have made you so weak. These things made you fall into your current situation. Where's the viciousness you had when you killed people? Where's the wit you had when you and those ninjas schemed against each other? Where's the aura you had when you were called Yama? Just because of these 3 women, you've become so weak. You became a weak existence that only knows how to blame yourself and feel sorry for yourself. Since you can't be Yama, you're not worthy of this Heaven's Calamity Sword. Why don't you let me replace you and become the Yama that should have made everyone tremble? Nangongzhi had not yet become agitated, but the inner demon was already speaking more and more passionately. You're right. I don't have the viciousness I had in the past. I don't have the mood to scheme against each other, and I don't have the aura to directly take the lives of those who stand in my way. But, did this really make me weaker? No, it's the opposite. I feel that after I threw away these things, I've truly become who I should be. After I took in little Linger, I gained innocence. After I forgave Mashiro, I gained freedom. When I saw Ruru as my family, I gained the meaning of life. These things were never meaningless trash. To me, these are the meaning of my battle. The more Nangongzhi spoke, the more resolute his heart became. What was an inner demon? It was a hole in one's heart. Everyone would more or less have an inner demon. It was just that Nangong's inner demon, for unknown reasons, suddenly escaped from Nangong's control. The inner demon also knew that it had to directly cause its original body to collapse in order to truly become an independent entity. This was why it repeatedly challenged Nangong's bottom line in these two trials. But now, Nangong's seemed to have seen through its confusion and actually began to slowly gain control of the spiritual space. You're just one of my prisoners now. What's the point of saying so many righteous words? I'll let you have a good look at my power. The inner demon's agitation also caused a change in the spiritual space. The sky and the surrounding areas covered in blood and black began to emit a black and red light. The magma pools on the ground also began to boil. It pulled out the calamity sword in its hand, as if it wanted to slash at Nangong's. Nangong's raised his head and looked at the inner demon in front of him, who had already gone mad and turned into a demon. Its eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule, as if it was looking at its disobedient poodle. Whose sword do you think you're holding in your hand? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.